Our mic. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our second May meeting. We're going to start with our work session. We are here at the beautiful Southwest Art Center at 915 New Hope Road 30331. Come on out and see us. We'll be here for a few hours. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Good afternoon. This is roll call for the work session meeting of the City of South Fulton City Council. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6. And the Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, we
President,
do have
please
quorum.
sound. Thank you. Please sound the next item. Everyone make sure to log into the queue under the work session.
First item is a presentation, expansion of the South Fulton Community Improvement District.
What is this? Mayor.
It's the menu.
Mike.
Good afternoon. Give us 1 second. We're going to make sure your mic is on so the people listening at home can hear every word.
Okay, I should be good.
How's this? Testing?
Getting better. You could pick it up.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Mark Sanders, and I'm here on behalf of the South Fulton Community Improvement District. I serve in a government relations role for the CID. Unfortunately, Joddie Gray, our executive director, who many of you know, is with her mother. She's having surgery, so she sends her regrets, and I'm sorry to disappoint if you were looking forward to hearing from Joddie. But I'm here today to talk to you about an expansion of the CID, and before doing so, I want to briefly give you a little bit of background on the CID itself, what we do, what our mission is, and then I'll get into the specifics with the expansion and the request today from the CID for approval. So as many of you know, the South Fulton CID is a geographically defined district of roughly 6,600 acres in the cities of South Fulton, Fairburn, Union City, and Palmetto, in which commercial and industrial property owners have voluntarily chosen to impose a self-tax to fund community improvement projects in the area. So the South Fulton CID uses this additional property tax to advance major transportation and transportation safety improvements through public-private partnerships, coordinate quick and responsive projects to close transportation gaps and connect workers to jobs through infrastructure projects. And specifically through the Georgia Constitution, CIDs are enabled to provide the following services. That includes street and road construction and maintenance, parks and recreational areas and facilities, stormwater and sewage treatment, purification and distribution of water resources, public transportation, terminal and dock facilities and parking facilities, and other services as provided by general law. So just a couple quick notes about the CID's tax base. This does not replace any outstanding municipal tax. Residential and agricultural properties that are included within the CID boundaries, but they are not part of that tax base. This is only commercial and industrial property owners who have opted in to the CID for those community improvement benefits. Additionally, the creation of a CID is contingent on receiving the written consent of the majority owners of the real property within the CID that would be subject to these CID taxes, fees, and assessments, as well as the owners of the real property within the CID that constitutes at least 75% by value of all real property within the CID that will be subject to CID taxes, fees, and assessments. So again, these CID funds do not replace public funds. They provide required match funding for grants and federally funded projects, as well as initiating project development, funding of studies and preliminary engineering for some of these transportation projects. And they also supplement existing funding from local governments and partners such as the City of South Fulton. So I will get into the expansion today again, specifically the CID footprint. You saw the map earlier. We're located along the I-85 Oakley Industrial Boulevard and Roosevelt Highway Corridor, which includes municipalities Fairburn, Palmetto, South Fulton, in Union City. So the reason we're here today is to ask for approval for our expansion project. There are additional parcels that we'd like to incorporate into the CID. So by the Georgia Constitution, the CID expansion process mirrors the CID creation process. The CID must obtain signatures from more than 50% of commercial and industrial owners of the expanded parcels, and those commercial and industrial owners have to represent at least 75% of the assessed value of the property of that expansion area. Then those signed consent forms must then be sent to the Fulton County Tax Commissioner for certification. You should see that certification in your packet, signed by the Tax Commissioner. That Tax Commissioner certification must then go to all the jurisdictions for which the CID embodies. So all 4 cities must sign off on this approval. Union City agreed to the consent forms last week. Fairburn and Palmetto are set to approve these consent forms on their agenda over the next 2 weeks. So again, appreciate your consideration today. The main takeaways are, even though these additional parcels do not constitute much area within the city of South Fulton, we need all 4 municipalities to sign off on them for approval. Be happy to answer any questions with that. And again, very appreciative of your time today.
Is anyone else having trouble getting into the queue?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, thank you.
Give us 1 second, sir. Okay. Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your presentation, and give Joddie my best. I know her from a previous role, so we've worked together on some appointments to this group. I think part of the CID from the city of South Fulton, I think it intersects with 2 districts.
That's correct. District 4 and District 7.
Yeah. So I didn't know this was happening until just weekend. I saw it on the agenda. So I haven't had a lot of time to do any research at all into it. The other thing is, we're about to do our comprehensive plan again, review. And in a perfect world, we would get through that process, look at that area, because I don't know, maybe if staff have any feedback as to if any consideration was done to add any other parts or expand it to include any other thing that we may need based on the area, but I just don't know. So I'm having a little bit of a discomfort because I'm not sure how the process. I know you explained the process in terms of the county and all that, but I'm not sure internally exactly how the process worked with us.
No, certainly, and apologies for the oversight and not letting you know earlier last week that we were going to be on the agenda. Just in response to that, we do, as the CID, try to incorporate all of our municipalities in the public engagement process of an expansion. We do have kind of open meetings. We had a couple lunches, and a lot of this is targeted conversations with property owners in areas that we already have kind of been referred to for growth. Primarily, most of these parcels are in the northeast corner of the CID and are in Union City. With that said, we would love to continue the conversation on CID expansion within the city of South Fulton. I know there's a lot of opportunities. We've had conversations with Councilwoman Pritchett in the past and would love to continue those conversations with you. And but certainly understand, would love to revisit that maybe next year going into another expansion process.
Which is the other question that I was going to ask. How often has the CID been expanded, and how you've basically explained the process just now, so it's not difficult at all, and how long have you guys been working on it?
So the CID was created in 1999. There's been a couple different expansions through the years. In fact, one of the expansions included components of the city of South Fulton And that was actually presented, I think, in a 2018, one of the first city council meetings of the city. So it's something the CID board is very interested in doing and continuing to do. Again, the only revenue that the CID generates is from commercial and industrial property owners. So the only opportunity really for growth is through expansion. So it's something we're always looking to do and would love to work with you in particular on, who would be good candidates for that expansion. Commercial and property owners that in particular who would benefit from some of these projects. Something I did kind of glanced over, but even though the CID dollars that are generated in revenue are spent within the boundaries of the CID, those projects really have a trickle-down effect to all of the municipalities surrounding the CID in terms of improved traffic flow, improved transportation safety, and other items.
And finally, I was called to a meeting by a resident about 3 weeks ago. I was invited to his home to look at his property and to see that a warehouse that has been built by another municipality backs up to his land. As a matter of fact, quite a number of properties are affected by this. And so when I looked at what is being put there, the way how the property is laid out, the trucking piece, like the bays, were put on the side with the residential homes. And while we can't control what happens within another city, I would hope that even as a CID, when these developments are coming, you guys would have conversation with the developers and with the cities, individual cities, as to the impact on the residents, whether or not they're in the city that is doing the development. Because had I known about this sooner, I would have gotten involved and to talk to the other city to see if the layout could be changed. So at least the trucks are going to be reversing, pulling in, getting things within 75 feet of some of these properties. And that's just not enough space to deal with the noise and whatever. I don't know if they could have done it differently, but at least for those residents that are being impacted, that are now complaining, it would have been nice to have a conversation about this before. So hopefully you guys can stay on top of that.
Yeah, certainly. The CID itself has no form of control or jurisdiction over zoning. With that said, we really do want to be a forum where all four cities can kind of come together and share common issues. Think about ways we can improve the entire corridor within the CID and surrounding area. And a part of that really is us being a resource for you, the city council, and the city councils of all four cities. Oftentimes we know the property owners and can get answers quicker than a general inquiry can. So I want to make that, avail ourselves today to just say we want to be a resource to the city council going forward.
I understand. Thank you. All I'm asking is, as much as possible, people be good neighbors.
Absolutely.
All right.
We want to be a good neighbor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I yield.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you for recognizing me. Thank you for your presentation. On the other end of Roosevelt Highway, we are part of a CID, and the CIDs, throughout the city of South Fulton, they don't have anything to do with the zoning of other cities as stated, but they have been very helpful with augmenting several municipalities as it relates to interchange improvement, helping us maintain right-of-way cleanups, right-of-way signs and pedestrian crosswalks. So to me, this is a no-brainer that we support this expansion. I know for me and my vote, I will be supporting it. And I appreciate all that you have done and that you continue to do to help us improve our pedestrian right-of-ways and our bridge interchanges and helping us keep or augment the schedule of GDOT to keep the right-of-ways litter-free. It's a constant battle between with all the municipalities because people drive and throw things out the window and And of course, in the summertime, the grass grows frequently. And I don't know if you all, but the CID on the other end of Roosevelt Highway, they do augment and they do grass cutting on the right-of-ways. So if anything, the CIDs tax other businesses to help augment these projects in several municipalities. And so I am grateful that you are expanding this, and I hope that you continue to expand to include, at some point, more South Fulton. The more the merrier, the more help that we can get, the merrier, the more taxes that, our businesses are willing to pay to help beautify our city and improve pedestrian walkways, improve bridges and infrastructure. It would be for the good of all. So thank you.
Thank you for your support.
One other question. How often do you all meet?
We meet monthly, and our board meetings are open to the public. Those notices are posted in news outlets in the area, and of course, the invitation, there's a standing invitation for the City Council to join us. I'd be happy to follow up with you to give you more information about that cadence. Typically, it's the fourth Friday of every month.
Is there any way do you all have the bandwidth to make sure that our city clerk gets the public notices for the monthly meeting so he can send it out to the entire council?
We can definitely do that.
Okay. And where do you all typically meet?
We meet, typically our property owners host, board members host throughout the CID, so it's kind of rotating. Sometimes we'll meet on the northeast end towards Oakley Industrial Boulevard. Sometimes we'll meet in Fairburn. It just varies.
Okay. That would be helpful if you could have someone just send our clerk, Corey Adams, the public notices every month so that we will, if any of us would like to attend, we can.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Pritchett.
Thank you for recognizing me. Thank you so much for your presentation. And Councilman Sebastian, my apologies in that I don't know why I thought the CID only covered my district area at Oakley Industrial, or I would have involved you in the conversation. But since I've been elected, I think I've been attending the meetings. I've received emails and invitations, and during the legislative session, they have their meetings at the Capitol. So I am in support of this because it is very important that the businesses along the corridor have additional support, are able to pool their resources, and we currently have an expansion project with the interchange going into the exit at Sonoya Road, and the first part of where people get off on Sonoya Road happens to be South Fulton, and then it goes into Fairburn. So although I wish we had the luxury or the time to give it more consideration, city manager has been in conference calls, with the CID, and basically this is a time-sensitive thing that, we should take advantage of. So that's my commentary. I yield.
The chair recognizes District 1 Councilwoman Rowell.
Thank you. I want to reiterate what several of my colleagues have already stated. The CIDs have been invaluable to the city in terms of moving a number of projects forward. I know Councilwoman Pritchett talked about the Sonoya Road interchange project. Are there any other projects you have on the horizon, say in the next 18 to 24 months?
Yeah, definitely. And we'd love to come back and give you a full detailed accounting of kind of where we have kind of a progress tracker with all of our existing projects. We're currently working on an additional interchange justification report farther south on 85, right at Galot Road, given the increased traffic flow there. Hoping to have some results from that report here in the coming months. We're also doing a couple reclamation projects, again, giving the high truck traffic in the area. just the wear and tear that takes on the roads around a lot of our commercial and industrial properties that then impacts a lot of the residents of the area driving those same roads. So a couple different reclamation projects. And then there's a couple different pedestrian transportation projects. A lot around the CSX intermodal facility, which I know a lot of South Fulton residents drive through the area. And of course, we have pedestrian workers going through the area as well. So in addition to just general capacity issues, we're always thinking about transportation safety issues as well. So we'll be happy to follow up with a more detailed list if that's helpful.
Thank you.
All right. I think that was everyone. One more time, Councilman Willis.
So we don't meet again until July, so how do we handle this? Do we need to just ask to move this to the regular agenda so we can, I didn't see it, that's why I asked. What item is it? I'm sorry. Okay, so never mind. If it's already on there, that's fine.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is presentation, FY22 Audit Report, presented by Doug Moses with Mauldin, Jenkins.
Mr. Moses, welcome back. We haven't seen you in some time.
It's good to be back. Let's see if I can raise this. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having me here today to present the audit results for the City of South Fulton's September 30, 2020, two audit results, 2022. And so where we are right now, this is a final draft presentation. We're pretty much done, waiting on one attorney letter update, which we're hoping to get today. And once I receive that and review it, we should be turning things over to our processing and proofing team. And I'm hoping no later than the end of next week, we'll have final deliverables to you all. So I'll be dropping off hard copies as soon as I have those in my hand. But as far as the presentation today, I'm kind of touching on some of the highlights. You should have a hard copy in front of you as well. And if you have any questions as I'm going through, please stop and ask me, and I'll address them at that time or at the end of my presentation. If you can go to slide 2 as far as the governmental practice. Just a quick update about Mauldin Jenkins. We serve over 650 governments in the Southeast. 150 plus of those received the GFOA Award in Excellence in Financial Reporting. We actually have 14 offices in 6 states with our latest addition in Raleigh, North Carolina. But our governmental practice continues to be one of the largest niches in the firm, representing about 27% of the firm's practice. Next slide, as far as the engagement team, I was the partner responsible for the overall audit engagement with over 25 years of experience. This year we had a different partner to do the quality assurance review, Josh Carroll, who has about 18 years of experience. And then the senior manager was Allison Whitworth, who has over 8 years of experience. We all spend 100% of our times doing governmental audits, so we don't wear different hats throughout the year. And then down below, just some other services that we provide in other industries that we serve other than your traditional services, such as accounting, taxes, and audit services. Next slide, as far as the financial statements are the responsibility of the city management, staff, and others. Our responsibility as your external and independent auditor is to give an opinion on whether or not the financial statements are materially correct. We've issued an unmodified opinion, which is a clean opinion, which is what you will hope to get from the external audit. We were required to perform a single audit on your federal award program since the city did receive and expend at least $750,000 of federal awards. We did audit the coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery fund, and we've issued an unmodified or clean opinion on that federal award program as well. Skip over 2 more pages. One more. As far as the significant accounting policies, the city did implement a new accounting policy as it relates to accounting and reporting for leases. That's GASB 87. That was implemented during the fiscal year 2022 audit. Next slide. As far as our relationship with management, we received full cooperation from city's management staff and others. There were no disagreements with management on accounting issues or financial reporting matters. Also, there were no fees paid to Mauldin Jenkins that would have impacted our independence as your external auditor as well. As far as audit adjustments, any audit adjustments that came to our attention, those adjustments were proposed and reflected in the city's general ledger and ultimately in the city's financial statements. Move on to the next slide. One more. As far as the financial trends, again, this is reporting 5 years of financial information since you all's incorporation. And you can see, looking at your fund balance for your general fund, which is your main operating fund, and then your other governmental funds combined. And your financial condition continues to improve. Your fund balance for your general fund went from $60.6 million in 2021 to $79.3 million in 2022, while your other governmental funds went from $50.9 million to $59.2 million as of 9/30/2022. And the bulk of that fund balance for your other governmental funds is your T-SPLOS fund. It came in around $50 million of that $59.2 million. So again, your numbers look really strong when you're looking at your governmental funds. Next slide. Good rule of thumb, if you were a June 30 year end, a good
Excuse me, Mayor.
I'm sorry.
We can't hear, what's your name?
Doug.
Doug?
Yes, ma'am.
We can't hear Mr. Dougie Fresh.
Okay.
Mr. Moses, if
Yes.
you would, I think we'll just ask our technicians if you could turn the mic up and maybe speak a little bit more slowly. We don't want to miss.
Okay. Can you hear me?
It sounds a little muffled. That's what we can't hear.
I don't know that we can do anything about the acoustics,
Okay.
but if we're going to see what our technicians can do in the back. Whatever you can do, sirs. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I'll try to speak a little closer to the mic. All right, so this is looking at your fund balance as a percentage of total expenditures for your general fund and then all of your governmental funds combined. For June 30 governments, a good rule of thumb is to have 2 to 3 months reserve or 16 to 25%. For 9/30 governments, you expect that to be much higher, maybe double. But if you were a December year-end government, you would expect to see a much higher percentage. And so looking at you all as a 9/30 government, that percentage is very strong, coming in at 103% for 2021 as well as 2022 for your general fund. Very strong. When you look at all of your governmental funds, that percentage is 236%. And the reason why it's much higher, looking at all of your governmental funds, is because of your general fund plus your T-SPLOS fund. Your T-SPLOS fund had more revenues than expenditures in 2022, increasing your fund balance by from $37 million to $50 million. That's about a $12.8 million increase in your fund balance for your T-SPLOS fund, okay? So a lot of times people think that fund balance means cash, and a lot of times that's not the case. But looking at your fund balance, liquidity, you have a strong liquidity rate. Compare your total fund balance for your general fund to cash at year end. Again, it's a snapshot in time. It's about 118% liquidity rate. Your cash was about $93 million at 9/30/2022 compared to $79 million in fund balance for your general fund. Doesn't mean that it's going to always be that case every year, but at 9/30/2022, your fund balance is very liquid for your general fund. So again, good, strong numbers for your fund balance for your general fund as well as all of your governmental funds combined. Next slide is looking at your breakdown of revenues for your general fund as of 9/30/2022. Total revenues came in at $101.6 million compared to $89.9 million in 2021. Your largest revenue source, of course, sales taxes coming in at 32% or $32.6 million, followed by property taxes coming in at 31% or $31.8 million. And then other taxes came in at $11.8 million or 12%, and that includes your insurance premium taxes of about $7.1 million. So again, your revenues improved for your general fund over the prior year. Next slide is looking at your expenditures. You had $77 million of expenditures in your general fund compared to the prior year of $58.6 million. Like most governments, the largest expenditure function is public safety, coming in at $36.7 million or 48% of your total expenditures, followed by general government coming in at $14.8 million or 19%. Then public works coming in at $10.8 million or 14%. Okay? So again, just looking at your financial numbers, as of 9/30/2022, they improved over the prior year. And that's the upward trend that we've been seeing over the last several years. And I expect to see the same thing for 2023 as well. Now we go into the findings on the next page. So we did have 5 findings, 4 financial statement findings and 1 single audit finding. The first one deals with timely preparation of bank reconciliations. I always tell my clients if your bank accounts are not being timely reconciled, it throws off everything. And so you all were probably about a year and a half behind on reconciling the 9/30/2022 bank accounts, which led to some audit delays and audit inefficiencies. So you want to make sure that your bank accounts are being reconciled, I would say at least no more than a month and a half after month close throughout the year. Next page, second finding relates to revenue recognition. We had to make several audit adjustments as relates to your general fund as well as your multiple grant fund in recording the revenues, receivables, and deferred revenues within those funds. And you can see the various adjustments that were required to be made in those funds. So we want to make sure that you're recording your revenues in accordance with your revenue recognition policy as well as in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. Next page, third finding deals with capital assets relating to your stormwater fund. This is a new fund you all created in fiscal year 2022, your first enterprise fund. And during our discussion with management and asking about some certain analytics and things of that nature, it was discovered that about a little bit over $500,000 of capital assets were incorrectly expensed and not capitalized. And so adjustments were made to capitalize those expenses as well as record depreciation on those capital assets as well. So we want to make sure that we're looking at all of your capital assets, whether it's governmental activities or enterprise or proprietary funds, to make sure that the capital assets are being captured and recorded and tracked correctly throughout the year as well as at year end. Second, our last financial statement finding dealing with invoice processing. At the end of 9/30/2021, the city did record a receivable due from a particular vendor where the city had paid an invoice twice. The amount was about $1.6 million. During this year's audit and following up on that, that vendor did not refund the city. New management worked with the vendor and trying to get them to refund the city and or apply that overpayment to future or current incurred expenses. As of last week, the city has not received that refund yet. And, you know, that results in a loss of potential interest revenue. You know, the city could have been earning interest on that amount of money if it was sitting in the city's bank account or money market account or things of that nature. So again, you want to improve your invoice processing to make sure invoices are not paid twice, and that if that's the case, that the vendors or whoever are refunding the city in a timely manner. And one thing I did notice, and y'all may have already rectified this in 2023, But I did notice that your interest revenue for 2022 overall was less than $5,000. Interest rates are much higher now. Money market accounts, Georgia Fund 1. If you haven't considered moving money over to Georgia Fund 1 or to a CD or money market account, please consider doing that, because I'm seeing all my other clients receiving a lot of interest revenue from those accounts, with interest rates being much higher on those accounts. Next page. The last finding deals with the single audit, where we were looking at the quarterly reports submitted to the Treasury, and 2 of the 4 reports were not submitted timely. And again, understand the city had some turnover and things of that nature that may have resulted in this. And so we just want to make sure that your quarterly reports are being submitted timely to the U.S. government in accordance with their compliance requirements. All right. Next page, we did have 3 management points. The first 2 are probably repeats. First one dealing with the payroll change approval. During our walkthrough procedures, looking at your, as it relates to payroll, we noticed that for one form, the HR payroll change form for an employee that was changing positions in the police department, that the department head and HR person signed off on that form, but there was a third spot for someone in finance to sign off on it as well, and no one from finance had signed off on it. So I want to make sure you're following the city's policies and procedures as it relates to payroll and getting those documents signed off accordingly. Audit timeliness, again, a lot of things were received kind of late. We understand that there's been a lot of turnover at the city and the finance department over the last couple of years. Again, like I said, bank accounts not being timely reconciled, capital asset roll forwards not being provided until earlier this year, and things of that nature resulted in the audit being delayed. I know the city currently is working very hard to make sure the city is getting caught up. We look forward to rolling right into the 2023 audit. Hopefully we can get that done, by the end of August or no later than September, and then we roll right into the 2024 audit and get it started during the normal times that we normally get started on the audit, which will be in December or January. Next page, the last management point deals with lease agreement reviews. You want to make sure that, finance department is working with the department heads and make sure that all your lease agreements are being reviewed timely and communicated well, just to make sure if a lease is not going to be renewed and terminated, that's being accounted for properly. We did notice where your building lease was not renewed, but yet it was still carried on the books as an asset and liability. When you look at the net effect of the asset and liability, it was not deemed to be material enough to restate opening balances, but we did make the correction in the 2022 financial statements. And so again, just want to make sure that you're working with all department heads and reviewing all of your lease agreements throughout the year, as well as at year end, to make sure things are being accounted for properly. As far as new GASB standards, we're at 101. When I started with the firm back in 1999, we were at GASB 34. So they continue to be very busy and keep us on our toes. The main one here that's applicable for fiscal year 2023 is GASB Statement 96, dealing with subscription-based IT arrangements, very similar to GASB 87, dealing with leases. But if you have like a cloud-based software system or something of that nature, and if the term is greater than 1 year, then you have to recognize a liability as well as an asset. So very similar to GASB 87, but that's applicable for 2023. And then last thing I want to point out towards the end, as far as our free CPE classes, one more slide. We continue to offer free continuing education classes to our clients free of charge. You can see the various topics that we cover. We try to do this 4 times a year. Sometimes we'll add additional ones if we need to make sure our clients is aware of certain things that's going to affect their government. And so if anyone wants to be added to that invite list, let me know and we'll get you added. But that concludes my presentation. I can address any questions that you all may have at this time.
All right, thank you. Mr. Moses, please stay right there. I'm sure that we have several questions. You presented some interesting findings.
Okay.
But before we get to the questions, I want to start with the answers. This is the September 22nd audit. The following year, we hired an amazing city manager who I believe may have addressed many of these issues already. So if you could just talk about the fixes that you've made since you've been here.
Thank you, Mayor. You are correct. This is fiscal 22. I came on board 7 months into fiscal 23. So let me level set expectations. There will be some findings in fiscal 23. However, many of the things that Mr. Moses raised, we have already addressed. Our accounts are balanced every month within 30 days of the end of the month. It did take us a very long time to catch up because every month that we were working on the old, we were still we're still accruing new reconciliation. So it did take a long time, but we are caught up. In terms of interest revenue, you've heard that story before. We've diversified. And yes, we do have 2 accounts with Georgia Fund 1, as well as we have diversified our portfolio to make sure we don't have all our eggs in one basket. In terms of the overpayment, we have had the city attorney work with us on a legal letter to the vendor. The vendor disputed the findings. We'll just keep going back and forth with the vendor, and it will be up to the mayor and council if we want to file suit. We are trying to work. This is a vendor that we work with. They don't have any current contracts with us. We would like to try to get to the resolution, but if not, and the council so sees fit, we will move for a suit to recover our funds if necessary. In terms of invoice processing, a significant amount of work has been done in that area, and that work continues to be done. And the recordation of our assets to ensure that we are recording everything appropriately. And we've also improved our payroll approval process to ensure that all 3 entities sign off to include finance. In terms of the audit timeliness, again, in fiscal 23, because we're just getting to 22, we will probably get a finding on that again. But I can feel very confident that we will not get a finding on that for fiscal 24, which is my full responsibility, along with the finance staff. And now that we have a general services department, all of our leases are flowing through one place, whether it's for vehicles, equipment, or facilities. So now we have some proper oversight of all of our lease liability. And that was everything that I think. The city, as Mr. Moses said, is financially in good shape. Thank you for passing our financial policies. We will be following those policies, and you will see more to come. In the next, between now and the end of the fiscal year, you'll see a procurement manual come before you for your consideration or approval. So we are following the advice of our auditors who, practically live with us now and will through fiscal 24. And it is my hope that, for fiscal 25, we will meet and exceed expectations.
Well said.
All right. Just to amplify one point, I always want to mention the best of the good news. You did diversify accounts. You talked about that. But can you just give us a rough estimate of how much we have now made in interest in the intervening months?
So up to from the beginning, when we started this, to the last month we reconciled, we're at about $6.2 million.
I'm sorry, a little bit louder. I don't know that everyone heard that.
About 6.2 million.
$6.2 million. In less than a year.
In less than a year.
Thank you.
Wow.
All right, I'm going to open it up now. Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation, sir. I love pie charts. They tell a lot of story. But I also love pie charts with percentage in the brackets. So I would love, I'm begging, because when I look in this, the percentage kind of give me a feel. I have a sense from the GMA training how some of these things should be distributed across these different major areas, and that's my frame of reference. So I'll just go back and do my own calculation and put in my little.
I
But
believe,
thank you.
I believe you mentioned that to me the last time. And so I made sure that we have those percentages and totals, and also a comparison to the prior year in there as well.
Thank you. Well, forgive me. I didn't remember it was you. But thank you for remembering that. But in terms of where we are now, and maybe this is a question also for Madam City Manager. I know we're getting more and more aggressive in terms of trying to access grants and so on. Are we in a place where any of that will be affected by our current audit status?
So there are some grants that we will not be able to apply for and receive until this audit is done and complete. But we won't lose. These are formula grants. So we won't lose them. We just won't be able to access the funds until this. And
Got it.
that's part of the reason I needed this to be on this presentation.
Okay.
Because we have an application due next week. And I wanted to at least get this part rolling.
Okay.
So we could say that we have a draft.
Thank you very much. Fair enough. That's all the questions I had.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Councilwoman Rowell.
First of all, I want to thank you, Ms. Subadan, because since you've arrived, you got laser focused on making sure our finances were what they needed to be, to the point that the mayor made the point about the amount of interest that we've generated as a result of diversifying our money. So I just want to thank you for the leadership, and also want to commend the City Council, because I think we've really worked to be good stewards of our money from day one. And your report, despite some deficiency or areas for improvement, it shows that we've been exactly doing that, being good stewards of our public funds. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Pritchett.
Thank you. My question, I guess, was surrounding that vendor and the overpayment. Just wondering at this point, Attorney Hyman's recommendation on pursuing, legal action, or that's another conversation at another time. Okay.
That would be an executive session matter.
Okay. Yes. I'll ask then. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
You mentioned that was the enterprise account was the first enterprise account. We do have another one, and I hope that you all had a chance to look at it. It was created in, it was because of graduation. That is not. I haven't pulled up. It's Wolf Creek Enterprise account.
Yes, we're aware of
Okay.
that. It was, if I remember correctly, for 2022, there was no significant activity. I think that's going to go come into play in 2023.
Right.
Yes.
We created that. It was a resolution that I brought forth, and it was approved in 2021 because I work with a couple of principals to host the graduation at Wolf Creek Amphitheater, but the enterprise account was to remain for the activity that the expenditures and revenues that were to go in and out of Wolf Creek in the future. So that was in 2020.
Yes, we have that on our radar. So we do expect to, potentially see a new fund for that as well.
Okay, and so when is the fiscal year 2023 audit going to be?
So I did talk with my manager. She said she did see some things being uploaded to our software. And so once We'll come out and do some planning, preliminary work, get confirmations and things of that out. And as soon as we hear from the city saying that we're ready, we have trial balance reports ready for you, and we'll jump right in it.
So probably by the end of this year.
For
So-
sure. For sure.
I would say if the city if they say, okay, we're ready for you all in July, and then I will assemble a team.
Okay.
And so I would say give us about 3 months. So if we start in July, we'll definitely be done before December, and then we'll roll right into 2024's audit in January and be done by March, which is the deadline.
Okay, so we were essentially 2 years behind audit. Okay. All righty. Ms. Subadan, I forwarded you that rise.
Yeah, we know about it.
And I'll just make one comment. Although you all are behind, it's not as bad as other governments.
Okay.
Because you got a good team in place, management, good staff. It's just, just working through the storm and getting things caught up. I have other governments that are several years behind, and they don't have a strong team.
With the Wolf Creek Enterprise Fund, we just started having concerts like last year, so I would anticipate that. I would ask that you pay closer attention to it in the fiscal 2023 audit. All right, thank you.
Okay, will do.
All right. Seeing and hearing none other, we'll get back to you about that date. I think we'll be doing our budget in July, but I'm sure you all will coordinate that. Thank you both for all of your incredible work. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Next
Doug.
item on the printed agenda is a presentation, FY 2024 mid-year budget, will be presented by the city manager, Sharon D. Subadan.
Can you hear me okay? Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council again. The mid-year budget is presented for your consideration. It is on tonight, the mid-year budget, you can go ahead. The budget ordinance requires 2 reads, so tonight would be the first read. Not so fast. So there's plenty of opportunity if you have comments, changes, or edits for me to go ahead and make that. The purpose of the mid-year is to identify any shortfalls, identify underspending, correct any significant variances, identify needs for budget amendments, and identify key findings, and then help departments to effectively manage inside their budget space. What is happening to this presentation?
Yeah, they have it on automatic, so it's just
Oh,
speeding
no.
through. I got to turn it off.
So I need to speak really, really fast? So the original general fund budget that you passed last year, September, was for $158,780,592. We did an amendment to carry forward expenditures from fiscal '23 of $1,689,912. So your budget, your modified 2024 budget is $160,470,504. Can somebody help with this PowerPoint so it stops auto moving? What we have recognized, we have done our projections through the end of the fiscal year, and our expenditure projection is at $140.1 million, leaving us with $20.3 million that can be reappropriated for other projects. You may wonder, well, where did that come from? In the fiscal '24 budget, we identified $6.1 million for debt service. It's fortuitous that Doug went ahead of me, because part of the reason we've not been able to move forward with any significant debt service is because our audits are so behind. So that is funding that we will not be able to expend in fiscal 2024. but I am very optimistic and confident that we will be able to do that in fiscal '25. We had also, yes, I'm on slide 4. Thank you. We had also have recognized quite a few savings in vacancies. I've shared with you that it has been a challenge for us to recruit, even though I do bring new employees to you every first meeting of the month. We're currently carrying about 19% of our positions as vacancies, 155 full-time and part-time vacancies are on our books. That has resulted in some savings. We had identified $3 million, 1.5 for the impacts of the pay study, and another 1.5 for the impacts of raising our minimum wage. But as it turns out, we have not had to use that for that purpose because departments have attrition savings for vacant positions. We also identified some funding in the current year budget for grant match. We've applied for some high dollar grants and we'll be applying for more this year. Not all of that funding will be used this year due to timing. Awards on those grants will not happen until after September 30th. We've recognized, as I said, some vacancy and benefit savings due to the vacancies. And so that is the total amount of how we've gotten to a projected savings of $20.3 million. And so what we would like to propose is the reallocation of that funding. We're not asking for any funds to come from fund balance. We are asking to reallocate inside of our current budget funding primarily for capital outlay. One of the non-capital items, which is a recurring expense, is 45 additional positions, 26 in the police department, 10 in public works, 4 in IT, 2 in cultural affairs, and 3 in finance. We are asking, which is $100,000 only for the remainder of the fiscal year. But this will be an ongoing expense in fiscal '25. The capital outlay items, there's an operating line item. The operating line item is one-time line item adjustments across the city for hard costs to support the new employees, some training functions in there across the organization, and some other areas where we have some operational deficiencies that we're asking for additional funds. $2 million in capital outlay for fleet life cycle replacement. That would include public safety vehicles and everything from golf carts to box trucks. $2.2 million capital outlay for site improvements and paving. We did put an asterisk here to explain that this is not street paving. This is paving of our parking lots that are deteriorated across our city facilities. We are also asking for a significant capital outlay for all of our city facilities. In recent times, you've approved standby contracts for us. There's one on there for tonight as well. And these are in the areas of electrical maintenance, construction, and HVAC. Across the enterprise, we need HVACs to be replaced, significant amounts of maintenance and construction and engineering to be done. Including in some of our parks where we want to be able to do the engineering and architectural work so that we can go to construction. And rather than bid every single project, these standby contracts that you've approved will put us in a really great position to be able to move quickly on some of these projects that you and the community have waited for a very long time. I'm also asking for $7 million for land purchase. We've identified some opportunities for the city for the future. $500,000 in electric vehicle charging stations and some funding for a project that was discussed prior to my arrival at 4800 Campbell Drive for property that's been acquired to go ahead and start to develop it. There are some internal transfers that we need to make to true up departments, especially General Services, a new department, which we underfunded in the current year, not recognizing how much work needs to be done at every single facility, including this one. We recognize that not all the work will be able to be done by September 30th, but we would really like to take a hard run at encumbering as much of this, contracting for much of this, so that progress can be seen and we can handle that with fiscal $24 dollars. So that is our proposal to you on the general fund, on how this may be spent. In the operations category, which is the second line item, there are some other things that have been brought to my attention which would be incorporated in that space for things like additional uniforms and supporting, our parks programs and our police programs, to include the Police Athletics League or Police Activities League, depending on who you talk to. But this is our proposal. As I said, there's a first read on it tonight, but there'll be 39 days for you to deliberate and give us any changes should you decide that you want us to proceed differently. Next slide, please. And in the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund, we are asking for 2 additional positions for maintenance workers to manage our carts of our solid waste program, funding to purchase the carts from Waste Pro. I've sent you 2 emails and a memo on that, so you should have an idea of what the plan is. And that is also on tonight's agenda for your approval. $250,000 of improvements to Merck Mile, capital improvements to Merck Mile, and $87,000 for us to stock our replacement carts. Those are carts for individuals who are new to the city or carts that are destroyed. We will start servicing those and send everything out of our shop as opposed to depending on the vendor. We have recognized that as an area where we can have some improvements and better customer service for our residents. And with that, I'm subject to your questions. And I apologize for the ringing phone. Somebody's been trying to reach me really badly.
All right, thank you. Thank you. It's amazing. Councilwoman Willis.
I'll take my questions offline. You say we have 30 days. I'll take them offline.
All right, thank you.
All right. Seeing and hearing none others, I will entertain, I'm sorry, do you want to call the next item?
Yes, sir. The next item is executive session.
I will entertain a motion to go into executive session or not.
I move that we go into executive session for personnel, real estate, cybersecurity, and litigation.
Okay.
It has been moved and seconded. I will take this vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously. We are recessed at 5:04 p.m.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy whatever exhibit is in the lobby. I did not get to see it on my All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. There's a great saying that integrity is what you do when no one is watching. And I want to thank my counsel for their integrity. On today, I will entertain a motion to adjourn executive session and reconvene the work session.
I move to adjourn executive session.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, I'll take this vote by show of hands.
Go with that motion, approved 5-0.
Okay. I will entertain a motion to adjourn the work session.
Motion to adjourn work session?
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded, and I'll take this vote by show of hands.
Go with that motion, approved 6-0. We are adjourned at 7:19 p.m.
All right, I don't have my little gavel here, but I'm going to call to order the special called meeting for zoning and alcohol licenses. Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
It's a roll call for the alcohol zoning public hearing, May 28th. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present?
The Honorable Kiosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
The Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, please sound to the first item.
First item under alcohol license, rezoning, variance, and modification cases for presentation and public hearing only. The first case was a business license revocation appeal public hearing. It is my understanding from the city attorney that the applicant does not wish to hear this case this evening.
That's correct.
All right, was there a date suggested that the applicant would be ready?
We're working on the exact date, and it may be another process because actually we were making available a more expedited process. But I think that we're going to wind up going the original route versus expedited method.
All right, so I'm going to entertain some discussion. I see some hands. We're going to make sure we're in the queue. The clerk is going to have the queue up for me. And
It's not up, it's not showing.
Yeah, it's not up yet.
okay, we'll have it up in just a minute. But while we're waiting, when we're done, I will entertain a motion to table this. And tabling a motion, we don't have to set a date for it. The chair recognizes Dr. Rao.
Just for clarification, so is it not the process that this will remain closed until such hearing? Because I know we don't meet until July.
The next intermediate process would be an appeal to the city manager, and then after a decision, then it would go to council, which would be in July.
Okay. No additional questions?
Oh,
All right, is there, I'll entertain a motion to table. The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian. Oh, you had your.
Okay, specifically that it stay closed until the hearing in July, that this business license be, that the business be closed until we have the hearing in July.
second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. According to our city attorney, do we have any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, I'll take that vote by show of hands.
That motion was approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is alcohol license application public hearing. It's a public hearing. The applicant is Metro Group LLC, doing business as Valero Gas Station, has applied for an alcohol license for the retail sale of beer at 4455 Fulton Industrial Boulevard, South Fulton, Georgia, 30336. This request is for a new license at this location. All applicable fees and inspections have been paid and passed. It's located in Council District 1. Staff is recommending denial of this application. Staff?
Good evening, Council, Mayor, City Council, and City Manager. The application for Metro Group LLC, doing business as Valero Gas Station located at 4455 Fulton Industrial Boulevard, has not met all the requirements to obtain an alcohol license at this location. This location did not previously hold an alcohol license, and a public safety plan was submitted but was not approved, and staff recommendation is for denial.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. The applicant is here. Please come forward. You do have 10 minutes. You don't have to use all 10 minutes, and you may want to reserve some of the balance of your time for rebuttal after you've heard from those in opposition. Please start by stating your name and address.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. My name is Terry Bailey. I'm an attorney on behalf of the applicant. My address is 2221 Peachtree Road Northeast, Suite D, 341, Atlanta, Georgia. And I'll begin by responding to the city's recommendation. First, procedural. I did submit a copy of constitutional objections to the city clerk and city attorney this evening. If you want me to pass copies at the end, I can give it to everybody, but it was submitted via email if that's sufficient. Now, regarding this application, as mentioned, the city is denying the application from our understanding for failure to provide an adequate public safety plan. That's what our understanding of the recommendation for denial. If you look at the notice for grounds for denial letter, it specifically mentions section 16.2003.2, which references a public safety plan, and also mentions section 16-3001A, and that is actually the section that deals with suspensions and revocations. It doesn't deal with reasons for denial of the application. That's important because, as mentioned, the city it appears that they want to deny the application based on the inadequacy of the public safety plan. However, after receiving that notice, I reached out to the city attorney, city clerk, and the police department just for clarification and documents to support the city's recommendation for denial as is required. And the city of South Fulton's police department did forward some communications which referenced the city's application, referenced the public safety plan, and also they forwarded documents related to a code violation that occurred. So that's important because when you look at the recommendation for denial, they do list criteria that can be found in section 16.3001 of the city code. And just so I can go through these points, these are what were mentioned in the denial recommendation. One was permitting the solicitation of patrons on licensed premises for prostitution and any other unlawful act where the licensee or licensee's employer, agent knew or should have known of such conduct. The other one was failure of the licensee to adequately supervise or monitor the conduct of employees, patrons, and others on the licensed premises, and it goes on to list a few more sentences about that. Then it says a failure to promptly report to the police department any violation of law, breach of peace, disturbance, or altercation occurring in or adjacent to licensed premises. And the last one deals with the high frequency of calls for police service. And then lastly, they mentioned the public safety plan. Now, related to those first four items, the reason we requested just information regarding those, if the city is going to rely on those, is we wanted to have the opportunity to rebut those, any allegations of calls or a high frequency of calls or prostitution or anything of those natures, because those are very serious concerns. And to that end, if you guys are familiar with this location, this is close to where the Red Roof Inn is, and it was recently closed down about a year ago. And I believe that a lot of the incidents that are related to that around that property. This is a Valero gas station, so that red roof end, if you're familiar, on Fulton Industrial. So it's been shut down for the last year. And since then, there's been a lot less calls for service, there's been a lot less loitering, there's not been a lot of issues at that property, and it's pretty much been, a lot of those issues have been eradicated due to the closure of Red Roof Inn. Now, as we get to the public safety plan, I'm going to read to you the ordinance that addresses the public safety plan. I argue that the grounds, like, as mentioned, that the city submitted for purpose of denying this application, not only are they not legal grounds under the City of South Fulton's Code of Ordinances, but we've been presented with no evidence, whether at this hearing or prior, that directly relate to any of those issues. And I think it's because of what I just mentioned. The truth is there have not been a lot of calls for service, and there haven't been a lot of incidents at that location over the last year or so. Now, when you read the section dealing with the public safety plan require, it says that applicants for retail package license, look at my time, or retail consumption on premise license shall prepare and submit with their application a written public safety plan which shall be the subject of approval from the South Fulton Police Chief or his or her designee prior to the issuance of an alcoholic beverage license or the renewal of an alcoholic beverage license if an approved public safety plan has not been previously submitted. A critical component of a comprehensive public safety plan is utilizing the security system in addition to any specific information requested by the South Fulton Police Department in connection with this review. And I think it's important that it says, in addition to any specific information requested. Now, below that it says a license may be required to revise and resubmit its public safety plan to include implementation of additional public safety measures, which may include without limitation installation of a security system or additional security cameras with technical capabilities as specified by the police chief, where it appears the operation of the licensed business has resulted in an extraordinary expenditure of public safety resources. So, you know, with that code section is saying that not only do they have to submit a public safety plan, but it says that they must also provide any additional civic information requested by the South Fulton Police Department. In this situation, there's not additional information that was requested that they did not provide. Secondly, it talks about that they may be required to revise or resubmit the public safety plan. If the city believes that the public safety plan that was submitted is inadequate, then they should be afforded the opportunity to revise that public safety plan. My client has cameras on the inside of the business and the outside of the business. Although there's no alcohol license that's been associated with the city of South Fulton, they were previously licensed under Fulton County prior to the city being created. Now that's what caused the lapse in licensing was that transition. However, the applicant is willing, not only have they integrated the system, but they're willing to integrate it with the city of South Fulton's police department and give them live time access. So it talks about some of the things that may be required, such as integration, or it talks about installation. Not only do they already have security cameras, but they're willing to integrate it. They're willing to take any other additional public safety measures that the police chief or the police department is requesting. We're not saying we're not going to do those public safety measures. Now, if the police department is saying that they are not abiding by this, the public safety plan, I also want to reiterate that this is a prospective application that talks about how the applicant will be operating with an alcohol license. They were not given a temporary alcohol license. They do not have a current alcohol license. Therefore, they have not operated under an alcohol license yet. Now, obviously, certain things may be cost prohibitive or certain type of additional measures that they intend on doing once they do have a license. So to wrap up, I'm going to reserve the rest of my time for rebuttal, but I want to reiterate the points that I made earlier. The list that we were given that the city has not told us any details of, which deals with revocation or suspension. It does not deal with denial. So the only thing that the city council can rule on is whether or not the public safety plan, whether we're in violation of that. But even in the ordinance, it says that we shall be, the ordinance says that we're required to revise and we're required to provide any additional information that is requested. So I don't believe or know of any other situations where application, I may be wrong, has been denied for failing to provide a public safety plan. And if that's the case, for those reasons, we've included a letter to state our constitutional protections for purpose of equal protection as well as due process, both in the ordinance and how it's applied to my client. With that being said, I want to reserve the rest of my time for rebuttal or to address any other questions you guys may have.
All right, thank you, sir. Those in opposition? Do we have any in opposition?
Yes, sir. We do have a Mr. Frank Mazzilli who is in support of the recommendation.
All right, if there's anyone else, please line up behind Mr. Mazzilli. Mr. Mazzilli, you will have 10 minutes. You may want to reserve some time if you look behind you and see that there are other people lining up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm employed by the Fulton Industrial Community Improvement District. I'm the Public Safety Manager. I've been employed, this is my 12th year. When I first started, crime was very high, it was out of hand. And the center of those crimes were at the gas stations. There was drug dealing, there was prostitution, there was violent crimes like robberies, shootings, stabbings, murder, and that went on for years. And we put a lot of law enforcement pressure on these gas stations. And they they sold out or just moved away. And the real problematic ones have been closed since that time. One of the original problematic gas stations was where the Valero is located now. We brought that under control, and right now crime is at its lowest level in probably 30 years on Fulton Industrial Boulevard. But what I see today at the new Valero gas station on Frederick and Fulton Industrial Boulevard is too familiar what I've seen in the past at other gas stations. There are drug addicts hanging out. They're just hanging out on the property. There's drug dealing going on, and how do I know that? Because I've been approached to buy drugs from some people while pumping gas there. I know of at least 3 arrests in the last 3 months or 4 months at the gas station where narcotics were seized, illegal firearms held by convicted felons, and what usually happens when you have a situation where there's a lot of people that are congregating on properties like this, where there's drug dealing, prostitution going on, it ends up in violence. I've seen it over the years, and I'm seeing it now. And I think by issuing a alcohol license to the Valero gas station, we're just going to put fuel on the fire. I know of one woman that's overdosed 3 times, not on the property, but on the neighboring properties. She had to be revived by a police officer using Narcan. It's a bad health situation, and it's obviously a public safety concern. And I'll take any questions you may have.
All right, there's no one else in opposition. All right, I believe you all have the applicant 2 minutes and 19 seconds on the clock.
Thank you, thank you, Honorable Mayor.
Wait, give us 1 second. We're going to set this clock. Go ahead.
As mentioned, I forget Frank's last name. Is Mazzilli. As Mr. Mazzilli mentioned, violent crime has gone down in that area recently. We would agree to that. As mentioned earlier too, we believe part of it for this gas station, we don't have some of the same elements that were there before. As mentioned, I just want to reiterate, I think the only thing that really going forward on, the city's going forward on, to my knowledge, is just this public safety plan. And all we're requesting of you guys today is opportunity to meet that public safety plan. Now, I think that the good thing about this is that alcohol licenses and things of this nature allow the city to institute additional potential restrictions that they wouldn't had there not been an alcohol license in place. Now, my client has expressed to me the same things that were just expressed, that since the city of South Fulton was created, there has been a crackdown on a lot of the crime in the area. One of the reasons why I believe they said that there was a high, if you look at the reasonings, one of the things they said was a high call for volume, and then another thing says not calling the cops. So the gas station's kind of put in a tough situation. If I call too many times, is the city going to be mad because there's a lot of reports, or do I call every time someone's doing something to make sure that we're holding their teeth to the fire and really prosecuting people that are doing illegal activities? So I just want to reiterate that, and I just respectfully request that you give the applicant an opportunity to implement this public safety plan. Not only that, to work with the police department to determine if any other additional safeguards are necessary, such as integrating the cameras that he's already offered to integrate, however the city wants to do so, and giving them full-time access not only to the outside and the inside of the property. And I believe that is it. And then lastly, like I said, the only documents that we were given, I spoke about it earlier, the citation. That citation wasn't even issued until in May 13th, I believe, which was after we got the due cause letter. So I just want to put that on the record as well. But respectfully requesting your approval, at the bare minimum, the opportunity for the city for us to work with the city on the public safety plan. Thank you for your time.
That was perfect timing. So I'm going to open it up. I'm going to close the public hearing and open it up to council for questions, beginning, as is always our practice, with the district representative, Councilwoman Rowell.
I have a number of questions. Does the police department have any crime stats for this location? Because recent crime stats, because I heard what Mr. Frank Malazzi said.
Yes, we do have recent crime stats. I know we just recently had a homicide. It didn't occur there, however, it was connected with the Valero, and we do have stats as far as narcotics and civilians.
I would ask that you submit that information to the entire city council. When was the last time that the applicant had an alcohol license? Because I think I heard him say that he had one previously with Fulton County or that site. And I want to confirm that they're not currently selling alcohol.
Valero never had an alcohol license with the city of South Fulton until we got word that there was criminal activity taking place there, and we conducted an inspection there. That's when we knew that they were selling alcohol without a license. So that's when they submitted the application.
Okay. I want to know if the applicant is aware that we also have a no loitering ordinance in our city.
Yes, he's aware that there's no loitering ordinance.
Okay. And then I just want to confirm that they have not submitted their public safety plan with this application.
They submitted a public safety plan with the application. However, the information they put on there, the answer as far as no loitering, what they're doing, they're not following those procedures, what they said they was going to be doing.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Pritchett.
Thank you again for recognizing me, Mr. Mayor. Councilwoman Rowell did ask the question that I wanted to know about the public safety plan. However, the gentleman said something to the fact that that they're caught in a rock and a hard place because they don't want to call the police too many times and things like that. So I hope that I'm not speaking out of term. I don't think that I am. But in our city, we tell the citizens, we tell everyone that comes to our city, if you see something, say something. That's a police motto. That's something that we say in our community meetings. We say it to our seniors. We say it to the kids. I personally say it to everybody. I personally act upon that. So I want to make it clear so that there is no assumption that at any point in time that our police department will be mad at anybody for making the calls. In fact, I've also spoken at previous council meetings to the fact that if you don't call the police, you're creating a problem because the police do not know how to get just statistics on where pockets of crime are. They don't know what to respond to if people don't call. So I just want to make it clear, sir, I just want to make it clear that the owner or the operator understands that calling the police and having a relationship with the police is very essential to being a business that thrives in our city. We need to have that cooperation. If that cooperation doesn't exist, then obviously you can see the hesitancy that the police department may have. They're the ones that gather all your paperwork related to an alcohol license. And it's, with their recommendations that we're able to evaluate this situation. So I would encourage you to definitely have conversations with the police department if you intend to continue operating in the city, and call the police, 911. Very simple.
We wholeheartedly agree. I was just clarifying when I mentioned that. I was just saying that was one of the reasons listed in the due cause letter was a high frequency of calls. So I wasn't saying that they're not calling, but I was just saying that was listed. So it was like trying to figure out how to work within the code section that was listed, that's all. But I agree with you, you're 100% correct.
And also, with what was mentioned earlier about loitering, I have businesses in my district that have had issues, and they tell people that are problematic, we don't want any problems, you got to go. And then if you have to call the police to reinforce what you're saying, then that's what you have to do. But sometimes you have to take an aggressive position because it's either going to be them or is it going to be you? Are you going to continue to exist, or they're going to just run the show temporarily until the police stabilizes the situation in that area?
Understood.
Okay, thank you. I yield.
All right. Well, thank you all. As is our practice, we will be voting on this at our next meeting, which will be in July.
That brings us to case number 3. Zoning special use cases. Public hearing, case U23-013. Application by Brian and Deborah Davis, requesting a special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 4857 Neal Road Ridge. It's located in Council District 3 in the Sub-C zoning district. Staff recommendation is denial. Planning Commission recommendation approval. Staff?
And for the edification of the public as the staff comes forward, we do have a moratorium in place. We are just clearing out some cases that were already in the pipeline before that moratorium took effect. Mr. McClendon?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Reggie McClendon, Managing Director of Community Development and Regulatory Affairs. This is case U23-013, 4857 Neal Ridge. This is an application for a short-term rental, a special use permit for a short-term rental at an existing single-family dwelling at 4857 Neal Ridge. This is in Council District 3. The current zoning is Suburban C. Staff recommendation is denial. Planning Commission recommendation is approval.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Do we have the applicant here and anyone in opposition? Mr. Clerk.
Yes, we do have a speaker card from the applicant, but we did not receive any other cards in support or opposition.
All right, you have 10 minutes. Please start with your name and address. You may want to reserve some of the balance of your time for rebuttal if there are people that want to speak in opposition.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mayor and the Commission Board. Thank you. My name is Deborah Davis, and I live and still live and reside at 4857 Neal Ridge, Atlanta, Georgia, 30349. Go on. Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. All right. That's our home. We've lived there for 20 years, almost. I think it's something like 18. We were one of the first people to live in that area. My husband and I retired about 5 years ago, and we host small weddings and reunions. We still live in the home. It's not one of those, it's not an Airbnb property type of thing where people come and stay. We've never had any issues. We don't have a homeowners association, so most of the time, the people in the area, when we get together, we actually host our entire community. So they've been to many of the things that we've had there. We host a lot of things for families and friends, and that's just kind of one of the things that we do. We've had a business license for the last 5 years. We didn't know anything about the short-term rental process until we came up to get the business license in 2023. I submitted everything, and I was stopped at the last process when they told us that the December prior that they had implemented something called a short-term rental permit that needed to be accompanied with the business license. And I've actually been kind of going back and forth since then because I didn't know anything about the short-term rental. So we went through the various different processes, and at some point in time, we even thought we had to rezone the house. We sit on about 3 or 4 acres because we bought the lots all around us. It was during a time when the housing community kind of went down and the houses weren't built around us. So instead of letting the property go down, what we did was we tried to make lemonade out of lemons and just bought the land around us and just kind of created a kind of environment for people to kind of gather and get together. We put a waterfall there and some other things there and just kind of use it in that regard. And then we found out that when we tried to get the business permit, that we fell into something that was like a no man's land. I think it's called Segment C, which meant that there's no rentals there, and yet there's no problem with having rentals there. It was just something that happened, I think, when we established the city of South Fulton. And it was never established to be an area that either had rentals or not rentals. So it had never been a problem before. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Did you want to?
Yeah, just to clarify what she was saying at the end, the property is sub-C.
I'm sorry, sir, if you just speak into the mic for the people.
My apologies. The property is a sub-C zone property. The zoning code is silent as to what to do with sub-C as a result of the city no longer having anything in the sub-C category. So when it came to speak to the zoning commission, it was denied because sub-C was not within the groups that had been quote unquote included in those areas to be approved. But that was because on the charts, any of the charts that are now published, sub-C is not reflected on those charts. So sub-C has been widowed, and then that was the basis for the denial. But we've had to go back and forth on planning as a result of that. The only last thing that I'll add is that we are a very active community, despite the fact that we don't have a homeowners association. I am listed as the primary contact for a neighborhood watch, so the police call me frequently. We're out frequently, going out in the evenings, canvassing the neighborhood. Anybody that comes into the neighborhood that we don't recognize, then we speak to them. So as my wife said, our neighbors are aware of what we're doing. Many of them attend the things that we do, but we're only trying to take the opportunity, since we have the space that we have, to give others an opportunity to have a pleasant place to have things like weddings, receptions, graduations, and things like that.
All right.
Any questions?
All right. Is there anyone in opposition? All right. There is no one here in opposition. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and begin, as is our custom, with the council member who represents this district. Councilman Rao. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilman
District 3.
Willis. My apologies.
Yes, my question is, You said this is an Airbnb type situation. It's just an event space?
That's correct. It's an event space, but it's not one of those things where we have it listed on Airbnb for people to come in and general rentals. In fact, we inspect everybody that comes in as to their purpose for coming, and we have denied some people that have asked us to use it.
Okay. Mr. McClendon, I see that staff recommended denial, Planning Commission recommended approval. Can you shed light on why denial?
Because of the suburban C zoning district, it's an inactive zoning district. And so when the ordinance was passed, creating the special use permit process for short-term rentals, there was a listing of zoning districts in that ordinance in which it was deemed that short-term rentals are appropriate for. And of course, being that suburban C is no longer an active zoning district in our city, that zoning district was not included in that ordinance.
Okay. Thank you. I yield.
All right. Dr. Rao, are you in the queue? Okay, go ahead.
I just had a question for staff. Just listening to it, it sounds more like a event venue. So just trying to get clarification, would they come under potentially another category, or is short-term the best that we have based on, I understand we didn't address it necessarily, but if they don't have I'm just curious.
Well, of course, we don't tell applicants what to apply for. They apply for the special use permit for a short-term rental. And so that's what we processed. It does sound like they are at least attempting to run some type of an event venue, in which case that would not be permitted under the short-term rental ordinance. We would have to look at permitting that under some other part of our city code.
May I pass this?
All right, we have one more follow-up question by Councilwoman Willis, Attorney McClendon.
Okay. And so my question to the applicants is, why haven't you all tried to just get this approved under a event venue versus a short-term rental if you all are not using this property as a short-term rental property?
We were directed to apply for a short-term rental when we applied for the license, so that's why we've applied this way.
We didn't really determine that. They determined that for us. That was the license I had for the past 4 years, prior to the short-term rental coming in, is that this was considered anytime you have a space that someone is renting for a short time, according to Ms. Taylor and the other people that work in the office, that's considered a short-term rental. That short-term rental doesn't necessarily mean that you have to stay overnight. That's what we were told.
Attorney McClendon.
Yeah, and there have been times, because I want to be clear and I want to be transparent, there are times with weddings and things like that people do stay overnight. So I want to be totally transparent with
Okay, but that does not typically happen.
It happens frequently. It doesn't happen all the time. There are people that, for example, graduation, Spelman and Morehouse, and people that graduate, they'll come and just rent the place just to have a graduation party. But then there'll be a wedding, for example, and they'll want to have a rehearsal dinner, and they will stay overnight. And that's how it's always been. But we still live in our home, which means on those nights when people are staying there, my husband and I will go someplace else. But it's not one of those types of things where we're renting out our home every single night. We live there. So it's on special occasions when people want to rent the house for the night. They do have the opportunity to do that.
Okay, thank you. I yield.
Okay, yes. This is an interesting, this is a sui generis case. So we will deliberate and we're making a decision at our July meeting. Thank you so much for coming. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Brings us to case 4 on the printed agenda. It's a public hearing, case Z23-017, application by DRB Group Homes, care of Battle Law PC, requesting to rezone from AG1 zoning district to CUP zoning district to develop a subdivision with 80 front entry townhomes and 133 single-family detached homes for a total of 213 total homes on 71.127 acres of land located at 4390 and 4420 DeMooney Road. It's located in Council District 4. Staff recommendation is approval. Planning Commission recommendation is denial. Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This is a request to rezone from AG1 to CUP. You will notice that you just received an updated version of the staff report. The updated version of the staff report does not sound like the caption that the clerk just read because it has been updated since we originally processed this case. The new site plan is going to call for 197 single-family detached homes. So they did remove the townhome portion of this development and replace that with single-family detached homes. There are a number of proposed conditions that have been worked out with the community and I believe the council member that are included in your new staff report as well. Those conditions include that they'll abide by the site plan that is attached to this staff report. There will be 20 feet front yard setbacks. There are some conditions that are being required by our Public Works Department to ensure that the site distance on DeMooney Road is met. And there are also some various other conditions about trees as well as stormwater concept plans that we will be happy to discuss with you. Staff's recommendation is approval conditional with those conditions that are in the site plan. Planning Commission's recommendation is denial.
All right, I see that we have a representative for the applicant here. Are there any speakers against?
Yes, we have 2 in support, including the applicant, as well as 1 in opposition.
All right. You know how this goes. Your time starts now.
Good evening, Michelle Battle with Battle Law, 3562 Habersham at North Lake, Tucker, Georgia, 30084. I'm going to stand. I'm not sure if I can't click on my presentation, so I need to let you know.
Yes.
Okay, great. I'll kind of stand here to the side. So we are here today after having quite a number of community meetings with regards to this proposed project. When we started out the project, you see the site plan in front of you, we had 213 units, 80 of which were townhome units. And through the process of meeting with the community, it became very apparent that there was no support for the townhome units to be located on the site. This is a site that is located off of DeMooney. We are directly across from a current or a newer D.R. Horton product that has gone across the street. We believe that this project is very necessary as you all continue to grow District 4. We managed to address a number of the issues that have been raised by the community, and just want to go through and kind of point out a couple of things with regards to the site. We've got 2 points of entry off of DeMooney, which you can see on the site plan. There had been some conversation with regards to those points of entry and site distance requirements, and we'll address that a little later in the presentation. But we do have those 2 points of entry off of DeMooney. And as you're coming into the community, this is a site that has a lot of topo and a lot of environmental components on the site. So there is a stream. We are maintaining the stream buffer. It is in the Cliftondale Overlay District, and so we also are maintaining all of the required buffers that are within the Cliftondale Overlay District. If you could turn to the next slide, you can see here. we can go to the slide after that, that's fine. When we started this project, as I said, we had 80 units with that were townhomes and 133 50-foot wide single-family detached lots. And when we go to the next slide, you see the current site plan. On this site plan, we've got 50-foot lots to the rear, 40-foot wide lots in the front where we replace those townhome units. And as you're coming into the site, there's also an amenity area, if we can go to the next slide, where there will be a playground, a pool, and cabana area. We also have additional parking in this area as well, along with the playground. We go to the next slide. This shows where we had addressed the community's issues with regards to the driveways. We put in the driveways so that they were no longer conflicting with the adjacent driveways as well as those across the street. And you can see here the 50-foot buffer along the perimeter and the 10-foot setback, along with the 50-foot buffer along the front, which is also required in the Cliftondale Overlay District. We can go to the next slide. This shows that we've got 95 units that will be 40-foot wide. We've got 50-foot wide units at 102 for a total of 197 units in total. We are accepting, this slide does not show, but we are accepting of the 20-foot setback that has been recommended by staff as well. Next. These are some of the elevations. The intent here is to have homes that have a range of different textures. So you can see that we've got both stone, stone, as well as board and batten, hardy plank that will locate on the fronts and sides of the units. And these are some of the other elevations for both the 50-foot wide and the 40-foot wide product. And it's actually a 40-foot wide product. I apologize for that. Keep going. Next. When we looked at timelines, and this was an issue that also came up as some of the challenges in this area really surrounded the traffic. And so we did do a traffic study, and our traffic engineer is actually here, Mark Akampura, with us this evening, if there's any questions. But there was a lot of issues and concerns regarding traffic in the area, which also led to why we removed the townhome component of the project. We know that there has been efforts by GDOT to put in a roundabout at Jones and DeMooney. There has been delays that have continued, but we know that Councilmember Sebastian has been working very diligently with GDOT, trying to work towards having some type of relief in the interim while we are waiting on those roundabouts, which may include a traffic light at that intersection. When we look at what our timeline is, if there is any approval of this, it would be in July, we would hope, of this year. Permitting, we would assume, would take through roughly September of 2025, with development beginning sometime in the fall of 2025. We wouldn't see completion of that first phase until 2026, with final plat approval sometime in spring of 2027, which means that we wouldn't see any homes built on this in this community until sometime in the summer of 2027, with an expected build out in 2030. So there is quite a bit of time as GDOT is working through its challenges and the city getting the temporary light at Jones and DeMooney, that we should be able to continue to move forward, and hopefully this project will be coordinated, in a sense, will coordinate with some of the improvements that are coming along that right-of-way. Can we go to the next slide? And again, we went through many of the questions that have been raised by the community. We went back and presented to staff and turned into staff a site plan that showed our compliance with the 500-foot site distance requirement. If we can go to the next slide. You'll see here where we show that we meet that 500 unobstructed site line of sight in both of the entrances into the proposed community. Next. And so we go back to the original site plan. Again, when we met, there were some issues with the Cliftondale Overlay District with regards to some of the lots at the very rear of the project that they indicated had been in the buffer. We have now removed those from the buffer. There were questions concerning the width of the right-of-way. Our site plan is in compliance with the current 50-foot right-of-way width, and staff has now put into the proposed conditions that we will have to comply with whatever the right-of-way requirements are with regards to the site to meet the city's current code requirements. So we believe that this project is one that will continue with the growth and development of District 4 and the city, and should be a welcome addition to the types of homes and really helping with the current housing crisis that we find ourselves in. As people want to live, as you all know, in the city of South Fulton. It is a very attractive area, and people want to be here, and we believe that this product will bring additional folks into the area. The price points on these homes will be in the 400s as people are looking to acquire homes. The 40-foot wide lots will be in kind of the high 3s, and then the other lots will be similar. But as people are adding on additional components to their homes, taking additional add-ons that they may decide that they would like, we can begin to see those price points will continue to creep up. There's a challenge with that, obviously, because there are many people who are being priced out of this market because of the pricing that is happening within the market. But we believe that based on the size and the types of homes that we are building, that we will still have a quality product, but will also allow those who are looking to transition into the city and live, that this will be a product that they will be able to afford and continue on with their families to grow. And we are very hopeful that this will be approved by City Council, and we are here to answer any questions that you may have, and we will save the remaining 45 seconds for rebuttal. Thank you.
All right. Will you go ahead and read the names of those in opposition, and if you want to come to this other mic.
Mr. Marcus Carter.
And there's more than one, is that correct?
No, sir, I only have one.
Okay, go ahead, sir. 10 minutes are yours.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Marcus Carter. I live at 345 Lawrence Place. I'm president of the Cliftondale Community Club Association. I'd like to mention that we do and still have concerns pertaining to this development. We have been involved with giving comments and participating in this process for this project by ourselves, but also by a number of residents in the surrounding areas, blocks and area. We have concerns that we would like to mention. Fortunately or unfortunately, we have not been able to observe the updated staff planning and project that you recently have been passed out to you. But we would like to still share some of our concerns and also have been encouraged by some of the work by Councilman Sebastian in regards to this project. I'd like to mention appreciation for consideration of the buffers being observed in the area. Also in regards to the 50-foot front buffer, that modifications there, we appreciate that as well. In looking at that, concerns we have had and still have in light of what I've heard, but not what I have seen, is that this development still does not quite fit the character of the surrounding area. Initially, they proposed the townhomes for this area, and they did switch them with smaller homes. And this proposal has requested those lots, smaller lots of 4,000 square feet, which looks like it'd be an 850 square feet minimal home size. 850 square feet minimal home size. 3 of the 4 surrounding subdivisions, Lexington Park, Sierra Estates, and Oakhurst Glen, they have minimal lot requirements of 8,000 square feet. The fourth nearby subdivision, which is Cook's Landing, which was built prior to the city of South Fulton, while having no minimal lot requirements when the county approved it, it has no lot size this small. Page 66 of the current land use plan, in discussing the Suburban 1 land use, clearly states the character area of Sub 1 has the highest percentage of existing developed land. So that's why we have concerns about this proposal not fitting within this definition. Secondly, the building setbacks proposed pushes all homes toward the street and each other. Concern we do have is, like, for example, the 20-foot front yard setback. We have a concern, unless we can see it more clearly in this new plan. Our concern is they will push driveway parking onto the sidewalks. That's a concern we have there pertaining to that. Also, in regards to the 5-foot side yard setback, which means there's 10 feet between the two building structures. We have a concern pertaining to that may jeopardize the routine maintenance as well as hamper emergency access. For example, if a homeowner puts the fence along their property within that 5-foot setback, then the adjacent owner, if they need to put a ladder on the side of the house to do some painting or some work, that becomes a challenging issue there. Also, if there is for a need for emergency responders to access the property from going to the rear or the side, that also limits that space there. The third aspect is the proposed 20-foot edge of pavement for the streets. We have a concern that it may impede normal driver access with any street parking. And street parking, of course, unfortunately, will occur, and that will hamper emergency vehicle access. It may also hamper, and if not prohibit, school bus access. And then finally, with the point of entries, we do acknowledge that yes, there's been some work in regards to the site distance plan pertaining to this project, and we appreciate that. Yet with the proposed southern entrance, it still represents a safety hazard, as it will be approximately 250 feet from the crest of a steep hill on Mooney Road. And this hill drops 120 feet in elevation, and in approximately a quarter of a mile even until recently, the city had a, quote, your speed device located near the proposed northern entrance of this. The proposed southern entrance has inadequate sight distance for the speeds generated coming down that hill. We are anticipatory about the roundabout being built, but because of the delays, and we already have accidents and concerns and traffic jams pertaining to the Mooney and Highway 92 issue. This body here has shown through other rezoning decisions your commitment to ensuring continuity of area character as a protection for the city's legacy residents. Now, while this may not boost as many 30 to 40-year legacy residents, it does contain many hundreds who are 2 to 12-year legacy residents who should also receive the same consideration. While it's understandable that a developer would seek to maximize their return on investments, it should not be done necessarily out of consideration of those who are existing there at this time. So that's why we had initially considered asking for you to deny and have the developer modify their rezoning request. Some of that modification sound like it has occurred. However, after our meeting with them in the community meeting wise, we had not had the privilege of seeing the updated plan that you have. So those are concerns that we have in our area.
right, thank you. Attorney Battle, you have 45 seconds.
I will answer any questions that come up with regards to the issues that have been raised. I will say that we did send the site plan over to the Cliftondale group. We asked them for a meeting, and they declined having a meeting with us. And so we certainly would have had the opportunity to go over their issues, but they chose not to have a conversation with us. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and open it up to council questions, beginning, as is our custom, with the district representative, Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. McClendon, I wanted to address some of the things that were raised by the Cliftondale group. I know in our last conversation and I believe meeting with the applicant, we addressed several of those issues. Are they not addressed? For instance, what's the side setback? Is that now different? I believe we requested that to be different. Is it now different?
The side setback is not different. The response from the developer was that they couldn't accommodate the request for the side setback change just based on their lot size and the size of the homes they're planning to build. But we did incorporate the front setback change as requested.
And the street width, did we address that?
That we did. That's in the conditions, and that's based on the recommendation of Public Works. I believe they're going to have 50-foot right-of-ways throughout the main streets in the development.
Okay, and the issue that was raised about the school buses, are there any concern over school buses getting in and out of this community based on what we are proposing in the latest?
Based on what the, Public Works sent us from the traffic division, emergency vehicles and school buses should be able to navigate the development.
Okay, sorry. And then there are also sidewalks that are now going to be proposed for the Mooney Road.
That's correct, and I believe those sidewalks, I believe our code would have required those sidewalks anyway, but just to be sure, we have made that a condition.
And I also see a condition here that there to be no trees parked in the right-of-way along the Mooney Road as well.
Right, and that's based on the site distance concerns. We want to make sure that there aren't any trees that are going to block the site of drivers coming into and going out of this development.
And speaking of the site distance, I think that was one of the latest things that was raised. Was there anything new about that, and is that the code? Do we have an issue there, we think?
I do not believe we have an issue there, at least according to Public Works traffic. We don't have an issue if they build according to these conditions.
Okay. I think those are all the questions that I have right now. Thank you.
Mayor, the queue is closed for some reason, and I can't get in the queue.
Well, then the chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
I'm just trying to get the proximity of this development. When you turn on the Mooney Road from Campbellton Road, I guess this would be a question for Attorney Battle. When you turn off of Campbellton Road onto the Mooney Road and you make that right on the Mooney Road, where is this development?
We are, I can't say from Campbellton, but we are south of West Butler. We are south of Butler Road going down towards Jones Road. So
if I'm coming down Stonewall Tail and I make the left.
I'm going to lie to you. I work in a lot of cities and I can't remember the map everywhere. So, but keep going. I think I can follow.
Okay, so you have some subdivisions that were mentioned was what was that? Cook's Landing. In
Cook's Landing, yes.
Okay,
we are south of, we are right next door to Cook's Landing.
Are you across the street from Cook's Landing?
No, we're on the same side. We're right below. So Cook's Landing, I don't know if I have the...
Cook's Landing. So that's what I'm trying to figure out why
So
it's District 4.
We're right below the intersection of DeMooney and West, I think that's West Stubbs? West Stubbs.
Okay. What were you going to say, Mr. McClendon?
Our GIS identifies this property as District 4.
Okay.
And as we know, Cliftondale does straddle the districts, so it is, we believe this is in District 4.
Okay, thank you.
Chair recognizes District 7 Councilwoman Pritchett.
Thank you. I think this question is for Mr. McClendon. In the, let's see, page 5 out of 10, it's the, under staff recommendation, it's the third paragraph. And it says that suburban neighborhoods are located closest to urbanized areas and are comprised of medium density residential housing.
Wait, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Pritchett, would you speak into the mic?
Oh,
We can't all
my
hear you.
apologies.
Thanks.
Okay, then it says, included in this area are the communities of Sandtown, Cascade, Old National, and portions of Cliftondale. Is that just an error, or that's almost like naming the whole city?
I won't say it's an error. This is language that's taken directly from the comprehensive plan. And so it's copied verbatim from that. I do believe that these areas, or at least portions of these areas, would fall into that category of being the closest to urbanized areas. And so I don't think it's a mistake. Our comprehensive plan, of course, isn't written granularly enough to identify every single situation in the city of South Fulton. So these are more so general descriptions, but that is the way that we define our suburban neighborhood character areas.
Thank you.
Okay, the chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Coming from 92 and making a turn onto DeMooney Road, this subdivision, I believe, will be the second subdivision on your right before you get to the creek. The creek is the separation boundaries between District 3 and District 4, going down that hill before Cook's Landing. So I just wanted to make that clear and stuff for everyone. The other thing is I want to just mention these issues of the roundabout. I know Attorney Battle mentioned that, and I believe I said this in a previous meeting. We are waiting on GDOT to install some temporary lights because of an environment issue found at that corner of DeMooney and 92. It kicked in some sort of federal requirement that's causing an additional delay. And all this is according to GDOT. I've asked them to send out official communication. I'll be getting with the state representatives again. And Councilmember Willis, I'll make sure that you're in on that conversation. Don't know why you weren't. But we are going to try and see to it that GDOT sends some sort of communication out, so that not only we can be informed, but we can let the public know as well, because that was what my ask was, that they release something. While, we all know of the problems in terms of getting materials and, all sort of logistics issues seemingly since the pandemic. So they didn't promise that they're going to install the traffic lights in a particular point. What they said was that the traffic lights were ordered, and once they're here, they will get with the necessary people to get those in the ground. So, so that's the latest information I have. That's the best I can do for right now. But those roundabouts from Butner, Ridge, and 92, DeMooney, Jones, and 92 as well, those are all active roundabouts that are still coming, and we're still working on the traffic flow for that entire area, because that's important in terms of obviously our safety for people to get to and from their homes, jobs, and businesses safely. Thank you.
All right, I have just a question, a technical question. I don't know if you can pull up just a copy of that subdivision plan. Yes, that was great. Because there's we talked about the floodplain in that area. When we do our hydrology study, does it include the impact that, paving this much land will have on the parcels around it? Or is it just, what is encompassed, I guess, Attorney McClendon, in that hydrology study?
Different hydrology studies are going to have different scopes, and I don't particularly remember this one. Generally, though, as staff, what we're going to look for in a hydrology study is whether or not the land is buildable based on that study. So I think that's what we would have looked at here, and I can't recall whether or not it had any information about the permeable surface on surrounding properties.
Okay, yeah, this is just something for our council to consider. Obviously, we have work to do in our comprehensive plan, and I think that's just something that we should consider. I can remember my time as a councilman. Councilman Williams Brown, you probably know this very well. Over off of Bethsaida Road, there was a subdivision that was built across the street from Pine Tree Park Baptist Church, and whenever it rains heavy now, their entire lot is unusable because of the flooding, and it's just it's just something that happens as we develop more and more of our land. So I think we gotta look at that. But I just wanted to put that out. So we're not going to make a decision. We'll have a vote on this in July, and so we have time to get all of that information if we need to. Seeing and hearing no further comment, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item was executive session.
Oh no, I think we're good. I think we're good. I'm going to entertain a motion to go into executive session or adjourn this meeting.
I move that we adjourn this meeting.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Nope.
Seeing and hearing none, I'll take that vote by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved 5-0. We are 6-0. We are adjourned at 8:30 p.m.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and convene the 7 p.m. regular meeting. As you all can see, we are slightly behind schedule. Thank you for staying with us. I'm going to ask if we could begin with proclamations if the people receiving the proclamations are here. Are they in the room? All right, so if it's council's pleasure, could we go ahead and I will do the roll call vote, and then we'll do these proclamations.
It's a roll call for the regular meeting of the City Council, May 28th. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Kiosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, please sound the first proclamation.
The first proclamation this evening, the Sheltering Arms proclamation will be held until the July 9th council meeting. The first one should be proclamation presentation honoring Ms. Joyce Olinger, sponsored by Councilmember Sebastian. Oh, they left. Okay. Then the next proclamation will be proclamation presentation recognizing Gotti Doe, sponsored by Councilmember Sebastian.
Maybe he makes your way.
He can. I just want to say that this is one of the businesses in District 4 that we had 3 ribbon cuttings, I think it was 2023, back to back to back. And almost every week now I see these people accomplishing something great on Facebook and social media. This is a business of discipline, martial arts, they teach technology and joining skills or certification, right? And so I'm very proud that we can offer something very, very unique for our city, and that they are here to receive. I'm not going to say why they're receiving this, it will come out in the proclamation. I've asked Mayor to read this for me. I'm wearing peepers tonight because I'm still suffering from the after effects of a whiplash from an accident. So my peepers are not working that well. So I'm asking the mayor to just read this proclamation for me, and then we'll go from there. And congratulations again to you and your lovely wife. All right.
Okay, whereas Goddie Doe, a program of the Georgia Higher Arts and Technology Training Institute, is a martial arts program led by Grandmaster Monroe Johnson Jr. and assisted by instructor Cedric Holder and assistant instructor Linnell White. Grandmaster Johnson is an 8th degree black belt in Taekwondo and Tang Soo Do, and instructor Holder is a 2nd degree black belt in Tang Soo Do. And whereas Goddie Doe is dedicated to teaching Korean martial arts to ages 4 and up, cardio kickboxing classes are offered for teens through adults. Instruction is also provided to senior citizens in self-defense and 6 senior citizen centers in Fulton County. Currently, Goddie Doe meets at their dojang or training hall in the city of South Fulton, District 4, and you got to give me these ahead of time, sir. And whereas Goddie Doe programs are focused on physical, mental, emotional, and financial wellness, as well as education, mentoring, life coaching, and counseling, Goddie's unique approach incorporates martial arts, photography, media, computer technology, and holistic measures to enhance their clients' health and wellness. These measures empower their clients in combating mental and physical health issues such as depression, anxiety, anger, stress, PTSD, and addiction. Physically, their clients gain strength, lose weight, tone muscle, reduce stress, and improve their overall health through martial arts, cardio kickboxing classes. And whereas Goddie Doe's programs touch and empower numerous clients through the South Fulton community. Senior clients learn self-defense as well as computer skills. Veteran clients participate in photography, droning, and in media technology programs as outlets for maneuvering their PTSD, anger, and stress, as well as learning new skills for employment, which helps with the financial stress. Youth clients gain confidence, discipline, and creativity, which are deterrent to bullying, violent behavior, mental health issues, suicide, and criminal activities. And whereas Goddie Doe is also a member of the Taekwondo martial arts team, Swarm, a team of 60 martial artists aged 4 years to adult from 5 martial arts schools in the Metro Atlanta area. Swarm is currently the #1 Taekwondo team in the state of Georgia. And Grandmaster Johnson, Master David Burgess, Masters Al Green, and Coach Vince instruct their students, which consist of 11 black belts and 49 color belts in Olympic-style Taekwondo fighting and karate point fighting. The Swarm team participate in monthly tournaments at state and national levels. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and the city council commend Joddie on their myriad of programs and contributions to improve the mental and physical health of their clients, and hereby proclaim today, Tuesday, May 28, 2024, as Joddie Doe Appreciation Day in the city of South Fulton, Georgia.
We thank the mayor and Councilman Sebastian for this honor. It's a team effort, and my lovely wife and one of our instructors, Cedric Holder, we are honored. We are honored, and we thank you for this honor.
Are we going to take a picture?
Keep doing it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, before we get to the next proclamation, I just wanted to, I know she's probably watching online, to recognize Mother Ollinger, who was here earlier. She's a centurion that we were going to recognize tonight, but because of the overflow in the executive session, she was here, but she had to leave. So a centurion drove all the way from District 4 over here. And so we really do apologize, Mother Ollinger, and we're going to make this up to you. Thank you.
The next proclamation will be a proclamation recognizing Emily Sankofa. This is sponsored by Councilmember Rao.
First of all, I want to say I'm just really excited that we're celebrating one of our very own, one of our young and rising stars who is sharing her talent with the world. And it is just my honor to present this proclamation recognizing your accomplishments. Whereas it is with great honor and admiration that we recognize the exceptional talent and remarkable achievements of Emily Sankofa, an American composer, producer, musician, artist, and creative entrepreneur, who channels her expansive creativity across music, visual media, and fine arts. And whereas Emily Sankofa's outstanding musical prowess has been duly acknowledged and left an indelible mark on acclaimed productions such as Hulu's The Other Black Girl, Three Ways Disney Plus, Project CC, Lizzo's Emmy award-winning series Watch Out for the Big Girls, and much more. And whereas her work has graced screens at HBO, the SAG-AFTRA Foundation, Lionsgate, Warner Brothers, and various film festivals worldwide. And through her creative audio company, Belson, she has worked as a sound supervisor on projects for major brands such as Nike, Pandora, and Vans. And whereas Emily's diverse discography comprises over 21 independent release albums, EPs, and singles, showcasing a fusion of soul, jazz, classical, and rhythm and blues, Emily is a dynamic percussionist that has shared the stage with the likes of Nelly, Ella May, and Kurt Snyder. Her debut on Mobley's Devil and the Daydream Virtual Tour marked a significant milestone in her career as a solo act. And whereas Emily is alum of the Sundance Composers Lab and Recording Academy Next program, Emily has been guided by esteemed figures in the film, TV, and music industry and championed as emerging talent and influential voice among the next generation of industry leaders.
And whereas Emily's work has garnered attention on various platforms, including Hollywood Records, The Big Score, The Karen Hunter Show, The Film Score, Lyrical Lemonade, OC Weekly, Billboard, and more. And whereas Emily Sankofa's dedication to her craft and unwavering commitment to the excellence has garnered widespread acclaim and admiration, to include her recent nomination for an NAACP Image Award in the inaugural Outstanding Original Score for Film and TV category for a remarkable composition in The Other Black Girl. And whereas Emily's a graduate of the City of South Fulton's Westlake High School, has been inducted into the inaugural class of Hampton University's Young Alumni 40 Under 40, and served as SCAD Alumni Alum Speaker for the 2023 commencement ceremony. Now therefore be it resolved that the Mayor and City Council commend and celebrate Emily Jackson, AKA Emily Sankofa, for her exceptional achievements and contributions to the world of music and film, and hereby proclaim Tuesday, May 28th, as Emily Sankofa Appreciation Day in the City of South Fulton.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman Catherine, Mayor, and all of the councilwomen here. Please, thank you so much for this honor.
Thank you for representing the best of the City of South Fulton.
That completes the proclamations for this evening.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to the invocation, which will be administered by Chaplain Joyce Armster.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Let us look to the Lord in prayer. Eternal God, most gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for your tender mercies and your loving kindness. We thank you, Lord, that even if we fell short somewhere today, God, that you forgave us and you gave us a chance to go on a little while longer. Dear Father, you said in your word that if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray, that you will heal the land. Father God, we're standing on your word and we're standing on your promise, and knowing that you're able to do all things. And Father, we're asking you tonight, Lord, as decisions are made, that the decisions will not be made based on power and authority, and not even on money, but the decisions will be made in the best interest of the citizens of the City of South Fulton. God, we'll give you glory, we'll give you honor, and we'll give you praise. Continue to watch over our mayor and our council, our police department, fire department, EMS, and even the citizens who are still standing on the promises of God, that everything will work out for the good. And we thank you, and we count it done right now in the name of Jesus. Thank you, Lord. Amen.
Amen.
Let us go to the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to Roman numeral 5, approval of City Council meeting minutes. Approval of City Council regular minutes from May 14, 2024. City Council alcohol zoning public hearing minutes from May 14, 2024. And work session minutes from May 14, 2024.
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve City Council meeting minutes as sounded.
All All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, Mr. Clerk, please, I'll take this vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously.
All right. Now we're at public comments.
Actually, at adoption of the council agenda.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
There is one item that we had a special event that needs to be added for District 5, which is on July 13th, titled The Locker Room at Burdett Gym.
That's it?
That's all I have.
Anyone else? The chair recognizes Councilwoman Rao.
Under item 7, I don't think that last proclamation, it might have been in the portal, but is it on there? It's not on our printed version.
The proclamation that we read?
just issued.
Yeah, that was we changed the agenda, but the agenda that was distributed was the old one. Yeah, but we do have it for the record.
Okay, so I don't need to sound that?
No.
Okay, thank you.
I'll entertain a motion to approve the adopt the amended agenda.
Second.
I'll entertain a motion. I needed a motion.
Okay, I thought you said.
I move that we approve the Tuesday, May 28, 2024 regular agenda
As amended.
as amended.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. I'll take that vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously as amended.
All right, and now we have arrived at my favorite part of the meeting where we get to hear from all of you. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone here for public comment? And if so, would you please read the rules?
I did receive one speaker card regarding, actually, this person doesn't live in the city, so other than this one, I don't have any speaker cards.
All right, well, it is our policy not to accept public comment from people who do not live in the city of South Fulton. So apologize if you have come here and that was not made clear before your travels, but we will get your comments.
Point of order.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Is if they live in the city or have or do business in the city or have a business in the city.
I think this person was here regarding a zoning case, C24-008. I don't know if they have a business here or not.
Again, my apologies. My chief of staff is in the back. We will make sure that we get your comment, and if you will just see Mr. Otway, if you just wave, we'll get your comment and take it under advisement. All right, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Please sound the next item.
Council comments?
All right, we'll begin. Let's go in reverse order. We'll start with District 7, Councilwoman Pritchett.
Well, I hope everyone had a nice Memorial Day weekend. We certainly want to recognize our the people who served our country so that we could have freedom, because the cost of freedom cost many people their lives. And my father being a veteran, and many of the fathers and mothers of council members and people in our city, it's important that we make sure that we always let you know how much we appreciate the service that you've given us. And that's all I have for today.
All right, District 6, Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I would just like to remind everybody that the Senior Technology Series classes are back. The phone class, smartphone class, will be tomorrow from 10 to 2 at Creel Park. Lunch will be served. There is still time and space for you to sign up. Thank you to everyone who's already responded, but we certainly hope that we get to see a few more of you. On Thursday, June 6th, from 7 to 9 p.m. at Crestwood, will be in partnership with Emory University as well as Morehouse Medical, We'll be hosting a very informative discussion session around endometrial cancer. June is Endometrial Cancer Awareness Month, and so we will have 2 of the physicians from Emory Winship Cancer Institute coming to share with us on how we, particularly as African American women, can be our best own advocate around cancer and cancer awareness. On Saturday, June 15th, Father's Day Bingo at the Burdette Community Room, Saturday, June 15th from 1 to 5 p.m. There may or may not be some special surprises for the fathers who attend, so please do come out for that. We are launching, beginning 4th Saturdays in June, we will be launching our food distribution in Creel Park starting on June 22nd. This is actually an initiative that is expanding the services already provided by Reverend Hadari Williams and the New Life Presbyterian Church. They did identify that there was a need that they weren't able to fill, and so we are delighted that we were able to take on that project and to work with them to continue to serve residents, not just in District 6, but across the city who are still in need of support in that regard. And finally, on June 1st, Saturday at 2 p.m., if you have nothing that you are doing and would like to come to Mount Zion AME Church, I will be there as the guest speaker for the Order of the Eastern Star's 24th chapter anniversary celebration. Certainly do thank them for that opportunity and look forward to sharing with them again on June 1st. And finally, I know even though we don't meet during the month of June, obviously I'm but an email or a phone call away. Please do feel free to continue to reach out to me. If you cannot reach me, please do feel free to reach out to my assistant, Tamika Leverett, and we will do everything that we can to bring a resolution to any issue that may arise while we are on recess. I believe that's everything. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. District 5, Councilwoman Keosha Bell.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming out to the meeting today. District 5, will we keep it live? I'm going to continue to say that because we have a lot of things going on in our district and as many improvements that we can to stay involved and engaged with our community is my #1 priority. So I want to thank everyone for coming out to the Bells Rhythms Revealed on Friday night. We had a wonderful time. I want to especially give thanks to Ms. Wendelin. She is the assistant for Councilwoman Linda Pritchett for coming out, rolling up her sleeves and helping, as well as our Parks and Recreation team, and to my council colleagues, our mayor, and my assistant city manager. Thank you for all coming out and being a part, as well as our City of South Fulton Chief and Police Department. So we had a wonderful time. We had Anthony David, we had a live band, we had great food, we had great atmosphere, and if you missed it, I'm sorry. We'll do it once again later on. So definitely be engaged, definitely stay focused on, if you have social media, I have many pages on there, a Councilwoman Keosha B. Bell page. My email, again, as I always give out, is keosha.bell@cityofsouthfultonga.gov, so please stay connected. I have welcomed my new assistant. He will start on the 3rd of June, so there will be more information coming forth for that on how you can contact and be a part of our newsletter. But again, thank you for everyone that came out to the Bells Rhythms Revealed. Just a reminder for D5, we have our town hall meeting tomorrow evening from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. right at Burdette Park or Burdette Gym. Please come out, receive information from our police department, code enforcement, and just learn more information on how to be engaged, but also more information and updates as it relates to District 5. So again, tomorrow at Burdette Park from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. We are gearing up for our D5 Business After Business Network Mixer. It is scheduled for next Wednesday, June the 5th, from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. And I am encouraging and inviting all entrepreneurs, all business owners, all businesses within District 5 or the Old National Corridor, or if you're in any other of our districts within the city, please feel free to come out. This gives you an opportunity to network with other business owners. And so it's very important that we come out and we get a lot of answers to the questions that you all may have as business owners or those that may be interested in doing business with the city of South Fulton. So again, that is scheduled for Wednesday, June the 5th from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. also at Burdette Park. We are gearing up, as mentioned, for July 13th. If you've ever wanted to be a professional NFL player, thought about being an NFL, and this is for all of our young men that are 6th grade to 12th grade. If you have a son, a nephew, someone in your community that is aspiring to be an NFL player, go to the pros, then I definitely encourage you to register those young men for the one-day locker room. It's going to be a combination of working with professional NFL players. They're working anywhere from the Eagles to the Bears, the Chiefs, and so many other sports teams that you may know of. So get them registered. It is going to be a full day of activities from 8:30 to 3:30 p.m. at Burdette Park, Burdette Gym as well. We're going to talk to them regarding mental health, journaling. They're also going to have the opportunity to learn how to create their own website, coding, gaming. So it's going to be a full day of activities, and that is with the Orson Charles Family Foundation alongside many other NFL players. So now's the time to get your young sons, nephews, any young male that you know that would like to come out and be a part of this. The date scheduled is July the 13th, and it will be from 8:30 to 3:30. If you're interested in registering, please send me an email. We will also be able to, you will also be able to go to orsoncharles.com for more information. And then one last thing, congratulations to all of the 2024 graduates. I've had a lot of graduation parties of residents within our district, their children, and so I commend each and every one of you who graduated 2024, as well as many of the graduates of our Certified Public Manager course. And so at this time, I just want to recognize Terrence Abrams from Parks and Recs, our very own City Clerk, Corey Adams, Reginald McClendon, our Director of CDRA, Patricia Redfern of our HR department, Neymar Strickland in our IT department, Patrick Swanson in Parks and Recreation, and then the assistant, Tamiko Leverett, as well. And I commend you all, and let's just give them a round of applause for their graduation from Certified Public Manager. And that is all I have. Thank you so much.
And the parents of those aspiring NFL athletes, y'all need to be there too, so you can hear how it really goes down from someone who's been there. All right, District 4, Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to apologize to the residents of District 4 who showed up a few Saturdays ago. We had a successful bulk and shredding day. Fortunately, we also had some miscommunication along the way, and it was erroneously posted that the event should have gone from 9 to 1 o'clock when it was supposed to be 9 to 12, so things were shut down a little early, and so I understand some residents came afterwards and were upset understandably. So I want to say we apologize, and we will learn from this one, and we'll do better. It was the second one, I think, in less than a year, and the first one was very successful. We had that in, I think, October 2023, just to start these rounds of bulk day across the city. So again, we do apologize, and as I said, sometimes regardless of your best plans, things don't go as you would like, and so we will learn from that, and we'll do better next time. Okay, so coming up again, District 4, sorry, we have a very busy month coming up. Next week, the 6th, at Fire Station 6 at 6720 Cedar Grove Park. On Thursday the 6th at 6:30, we're going to be having a town hall, and we're going to talk about parks. We're going to talk about our upcoming redoing of the comprehensive plan and zoning and what that process would look like. And we're also going to get an update from my state representative, Lydia Glaze. And congratulations, by the way. I think she just won her seat and is unopposed and might be unopposed. So we'll be going back to the State House. And also congratulations to someone else who I think is going to represent part of District 4 as well, Mr. Robert Dawson, who won 65. And yes, we have a runoff election for State Senate 38 that will be coming up. So if you don't get my newsletter, it's all in there, and you can sign up for the newsletter at jc.sebastian@cityofsouthfultonga.gov. Also, in June, starting on the 13th, we're going to start up the District 4 Farmers Market. And so we are going to do that on Thursday evening, and second and fourth Thursdays at 4:30, and that will be held at 6000 Landmark Way, right in the Mustard Seed Plaza, as we call it, Shell Station Plaza, Goddie Plaza, as we call them. So I look forward to seeing everyone out there, and it's a start, and we're going to grow this bigger over the years to come. Also happening in District 4, and I got great news just today that we had to open up more hotel rooms, because the hotel rooms for the 3rd annual Sling Fest at Wilkinson Mill Park, the hotels were booked, and people were calling from all over, I understand, this past weekend, trying to get additional rooms. So we had to open some rooms today. So that will be held from the 20th to the 21st at Wilkinson Mill Park, June 20th, to 22nd. So again, if you don't have my newsletter, sign up for my newsletter and come out and have a great time. It's our 3rd annual Sling Fest. People come from all over the United States, especially from around the Southeast. And if you don't know what a slingshot is, you might want to come and check this out. And I understand the Friday night show and concert, the light show, when they have the best light competition on these vehicles, will be held on that Friday night. So again, thank you everyone for your continued support. To those who reached out, staff and public, after my recent rear-end accident, I want to thank you all for your support and for your continuous prayers. Thank you.
Thank you, District 3 Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you for recognizing me. Happy belated Memorial Day, and I want to thank all of the veterans and active soldiers that currently serve our country, and those who have made the ultimate sacrifice, which is what Memorial Day is all about, commemorating those lives that were lost to make sure that we have our freedom and liberties here in the USA. I want to congratulate Siloam Church International. The city of South Fulton has one Comcast Learning Pod And the Comcast Learner Pod is is what Comcast does. They go into disadvantaged communities, they put in the infrastructure, donate computers, and I selected Siloam Church for the Lift Zone to go over 4 years ago, and they have done a tremendous amount of work with Seaborn Lee elementary students and Camp Creek Middle School. They serve 25 to 30 students, give them tutorial Monday through Thursday, and they feed them dinner, and they pick them up from school, and then they take them home. And most of the kids are coming from Freedom Park, the community that lives behind them. And so they had a graduation on last week, and we have 2 of the students that is going on to middle school. So we want to thank Siloam for all of their efforts and in contributing to our kids' enrichment. I want to thank everybody who came out to the youth team job fair. It's always a huge event. We had over 300 teens to participate. I apologize for the kids that were 16 and below that we weren't able to serve. It becomes harder every year to find employers that are willing to hire kids between the age of 14 and 15 due to work, the restrictions around that age group. But we did have quite a few kids to show up that was 16 and above, and we even had our fire department who got some leads on kids who have just graduated from school. We had our, this is a collaboration with Commissioner Marvin Arrington, so we had WorkSource out there that were helping kids obtain jobs for the summer. And we had a lot of kids to get registered to vote that were 17 and a half and that were eligible to vote. So thank you to Fulton County for collaborating with the City of South Fulton and my office for the 5th year, trying to bring employ youth during our summer. And it also is good experience teaching our youth how to interview and speak up for themselves. So I want to thank you for allowing your kids to participate, and I look forward to bringing that to you again next year. Some of the employers that I want to thank for coming on site is Yasin Fish, Georgia Tech Dining, Bray Mills Daycare. Also, I want to thank Subway and many employers who could not attend on site. They sent QR codes for the kids to scan and apply for jobs at Walkmart Park. And all of those employers, we had about 12 employers that sent QR codes, are actively hiring for the summer. So I want to ask you, if you're not receiving my newsletter, please subscribe at District 3 42828, text District 3 42828, and also you can send me an email at helen.willis@cityofsouthfultonga.gov. There is a plethora of information in my newsletter, and I have a lot of upcoming events, and most importantly, I've been asked questions about the sanitation billing, so I did include the approved flyer that was approved to be released to the public in my newsletter. So please make sure you're getting my newsletter and keeping up to date with important city updates. Thank you.
All right, District 2, Councilwoman Combs.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mayor. First, oh goodness, we are actually bringing a close to Mental Health Awareness Month, even though I think that it should be every month. But we have some great things going on. I do want to say, first of all, I want to wish the veterans and active duty personnel a happy Memorial Day weekend, which we all just celebrated. And also, too, again, this is the closing of Mental Health Month. We have done a lot. We've gone on a serious campaign to make sure that we brought awareness of what the City of South Fulton is doing and I actually attended the South Fulton Municipal Association, and hearing about the wonderful things that we're doing as a city made me even more excited and wanted to continue to champion this cause. So kudos to the city that's actually doing some great things to address mental health awareness. Also, too, closing out Older Americans Month, on May 30th, we will be having our District 2 Senior Health Day with Deshaun Johnson, which is a walk and learn at the Wolf Creek Library Walking Trail. We will be starting at 11:30. We will have, of course, healthy snacks. We will have resources available to talk with our residents, to let them know what's available to them so they can age in place gracefully here in the city of South Fulton. So I do encourage seniors to come out and just come and meet your council people. I'm inviting all my colleagues out as well so we can get healthy, fit, and in shape on a hot day in South Fulton. Also, too, on May 31st, we will be hosting our groundbreaking for our long-awaited Eden Road sidewalks. Join us at Wolf Creek Library. It will be an excellent event because we've been waiting so long for these sidewalks. I do want to thank our city manager for making a lot of this happen in our public works, so thank you for that. So I hope to see all the residents that sent me 50 million emails out there on Friday at 10 a.m. Also, too, on June 8th, we will be partnering with Wolf Creek Library for their summer reading kickoff. As you know, literacy is very important here in the city of South Fulton. We want to, change the narrative and let people know what we're doing. As the summer begins, many of our children in our community are faced with the challenge of reading and additional learning materials. So this is why I really support this program, and it's usually a really good time. We're going to bring ice cream out. You get to hang out with me. We get to read some books. And all that good stuff. So I hope that you will join us on June 8th at Wolf Creek Library. Also, too, if you want to keep up with what's happening in the city of South Fulton, please visit me on Facebook, or you can follow me on IG at I am Councilwoman Carmelita Gumbs, or you can also go to my webpage at councilwomancarmelitagums.com. That's all I have, and hopefully we'll get out of here soon. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Rowell.
Really quick, I want to thank everybody who came out for the Pro Tennis Day on last Tuesday. We had a marvelous time reopening the tennis courts that were rebuilt at Trammell Crow Park. If you haven't checked out the park, we've done a number of investments to include new bleachers and picnic tables. So we had a really great time, and thanks to all who came out and was able to enjoy a little ice cream because it was very hot. Also wanted to let you know that we have a couple events coming up. The City of South Fulton Convention and Visitors Bureau will be having this all jazzed up, all white affair here at the Southwest Arts Center on Friday, June 6th from 6 to 10 p.m. as a part of Taste of Soul Food, which if you don't know, they go around the cities on the south side with various events. We're going to be fortunate enough to have jazz pianist Marcus Johnson, along with a number of celebrity judges to include Millie Jackson. Who else is on this list? Sasha the Diva, and a lineup of entertainers. So come on out. That's an outdoor event, but we encourage you to be here. On June 17th, we have our District 1 Town Hall meeting with our very own City Manager, Sharon Subadan, here at the Southwest Arts Center. We're going to have a conversation, and residents will have the opportunity to ask questions as we give updates on what's going on in District 1, but just questions in general about our city and how it works. So we encourage you to participate in that. That will be, again, on June 17th from 6 to 8 p.m. And finally, the last event I'll highlight will be on July 20th, where we'll continue the conversation about mental health. I'll be hosting the second annual Men's Mental Health Conference here at the Southwest Arts Center from 10 to 2 p.m. We had a huge turnout last year. We hope to fill this auditorium up again. It was an excellent conversation, and I just encourage you to put it on your calendar. Thank you. Oh, and one last but not least, our very own Goshe Hawkins Hayes is up for consideration as favor chef. For those who don't know, she's the owner of Goshe's Breakfast Bar and Goshe's Tapas Restaurant, which are here in our city. And you can go online to favchef.com and vote. I think today is the last day, but if you get an opportunity, go ahead. It's been on my Facebook page and on Nextdoor, but make sure you support our local businesses.
Awesome. Thank you, and congratulations to Goshe on her 1-year anniversary. Many of us were there. It was awesome. Before I begin, I want to say first, there are 2 members of this council that were in accidents in the past week, and Mr. Armster, if you would, Chaplain Armster, if you would continue to pray our strength and have Jesus be a fence all around us. I'm going to go ahead and go to this presentation, which for some reason I don't know how to do today. Well, first, congratulations to all of our graduates. You've heard this is graduation seasons. We've had many folks graduating, but you've heard that we had 7 people graduate the Certified Public Manager program. So congratulations again. For those of y'all who do not know, this was a 300-hour, 9-month program. And the city of South Fulton had the largest group of graduates amongst any municipality at this graduation at the University of Georgia's School of Carl Vinson School of Government. So congratulations to you all again. Also, congratulations to everyone who participated, whether you put your name on the ballot for consideration or went out to vote. Thank you for being a part of that process. I do want to congratulate our 2 newest members of our now 13-member delegation. District 65, Representative Robert Dawson, and to the right there is our the successor for the legendary Roger Bruce, our new District 61 Representative Makia McQueen. We do have several runoffs that are happening, so please continue to vote and stay engaged. You can find out information about all the voting and elections just by going to Fulton County Elections, and you can also find it several other places. So a reminder, because that time is coming up, the sanitation bills are due. We do not have an assistance program this year. It is the same low price of $233.16. So please get your dollars and your coins together. Bills are going out July 1st, and they are due Wednesday, July the 31st. And lastly, but not least, because we are not going to be seeing you all again before this happens, we have one of the biggest Juneteenth celebrations in the country here in the city of South Fulton. So we want to invite all of you to come out to this free, F-R-E-E, celebration Saturday, June 15th. That is the Saturday before Father's Day. We will start at 4 p.m. and end with definitely the Metro Atlanta area's best Juneteenth fireworks display. We're at 3025 Merck Road, 30349. You can find information about all of these events and more, obviously, by visiting cityofsouthfultonga.gov or by signing up for our new city newsletter by texting the word news to 55444, or simply taking a picture, screening that QR code. We will get you signed right up. Thank you all so much for being the best part of South Fulton. South Fulton forever. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to Roman number 10. Item 5 through 9, consent agenda.
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve the consent agenda items 5 through 9.
Oh, second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, I will take this vote by a show of hands.
Court, that motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
Brings us to item 10 on the printed agenda, alcohol license rezonings, variance, and modification cases, no public hearing. Item 10, I believe we tabled that during a public hearing. So they need to take action again or no?
You can officially, just for this record, since it was tabled on the other, that has been moved to the 9th, if I'm correct, July 9th. I would sound it so they can take the action.
Okay. Item 10, formal appeal of the revocation of business license for RSRA Ventures, LLC, doing business as Air Freshener Depot at 5225 Camilton Road, Southwest 100, South Fulton, Georgia, 30331, District 1. Staff recommendation was denial.
I will entertain a motion.
I move that we postpone the business life revocation appeal hearing until July, but that the business stay closed on such time.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. I'll take that vote by a show of hands.
Court, that motion approved 7-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
Brings us to item 11. Request approval of resolution M24-003 and CV 24-001 for 0 and 7490 Butner Road, South Fulton, Georgia, 30213. It's located in District 4. This is a request for modification to modify zoning conditions 2A, 3C, 4, and 5 approved under petition number Z060037 to develop the subject property to current City of South Fulton standards pursuant to amended site plan that contains 94 single-family dwelling units. The applicant is also pursuing a concurrent variance to reduce the minimum 50-foot wide natural undisturbed zoning buffer to 15 feet on certain property lines according to the amended site plan. The need for this variance is due to the gas transmission line that bisects the property along the streams and floodplains located on the property. Staff recommendation was denial.
Attorney McClendon.
I just want to make the correction that the staff recommendation was approval on this case.
Okay. I will entertain a motion.
I move to approve item M24-003/CB24001.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, I will take this vote by a show of hands.
Court, that motion approved 7-0 unanimously.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is item 12, request approval of a resolution, case M24-002, an application by Liberty Communities for property located at 0 Jones Road, South Fulton, Georgia, 30331, requesting a modification in a R5A zoning district to modify zoning conditions approved under petition number 2018Z-006 to reduce the side setback from 7 feet to 5 feet with 10 feet between structures. It's located in District 4. Staff recommendation was denial.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move to approve M24-002.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Discussion.
The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
Just want to remind folks that I met with the community about this development, and they have agreed to these changes. The issue was this is one of those communities basically that I inherited, and the community chose to accept larger homes on lots where they can work rather than the smaller product that was being offered. So I just wanted to make that clear, that even though denial was recommended for the modification by staff, the community wanted to get the larger homes. Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, we'll take this vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
Brings us to item 13, request approval of a resolution U24-009 located at 2195 Jonesboro Road. The applicant is requesting a special use permit to operate a church in an existing church complex at 2195 Jonesboro Road in the R3 Single Family Zoning District on Old National Highway Overlay District. It's located in District 7. Staff recommendation approval conditional. Planning Commission recommendation approval.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
I move to approve a resolution for U24-009 located at 2195 Jonesboro Road.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, I'll take this vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right. Please sound the next item.
Brings us to item 14, this is second read, request approval on ordinance, case Z24-008, located at 3873 Demooney Road. This was a city-initiated rezoning ordinance requesting to rezone property from the AG1 zoning district to the R6 zoning district. It's located in District 4. Staff recommendation was denial. Planning Commission recommendation was approval.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
I move to approve case Z24-008.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, please, let's take this vote by show of hands.
I record that motion approved 5-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
Actually, the next two.
Wait, hold on. The chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian for a point of order.
I meant to ask this question before. Isn't it on regulations that if we give a abstention vote that we have to say what if we abstain?
If you're abstaining.
The reason why we abstain?
That's in the charter.
It's part of the charter, right?
That's my, I'll let Mr.
Attorney Hyman.
That's part of the voting section of the charter that you're supposed to give a reason for your abstaining.
Okay, because I mean, I just remember, but I realize we've been doing it. Because I hear several of these votes are not unanimous or 7-2 or whatever.
They need to ask for the nay.
So I just want to remind everyone about that. Thank you.
The vote wasn't unanimous.
I think it was 5-0, right, Ms. Clerk?
Yeah, I had 5 hands raised in support. Oh.
Do we need to get a reason on the record for these 2 abstentions, Mr. Attorney?
Well, I see
Ask the nay, or ask the nay votes on both
Oh,
sides.
actually, they're nay votes.
Yeah.
Sorry, they're nay votes. They're nay votes.
They can clarify whether it's a nay or an abstention. If it's an abstention, then they need to give a reason. If it's a nay, it's a nay.
All right, let's just re-record the vote. Or the 2 that did not vote in the affirmative, could we just hear whether that was a nay vote or an extension or an abstention?
Mine's a nay.
Correct. Same.
Okay.
So that vote was 5-2.
All right, thank you.
I don't think they know. No what? There's the date here. It is the date here. They know. They do know.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
She knows.
Next 2 items are first read zoning ordinance. The first is first read zoning case Z23-020. It's application by Brad Hughes with Rockhaven Homes requesting rezone from the R5 Single Family Zoning District to the TR Zoning District for property located at 6573 Camilton Road. It's located in District 1. The applicant is constructing 46 townhomes on 5.77 acres. Staff recommendation was denial. Planning Commission recommendation was no recommendation.
All right, so this is just a first read. We can trust that people that have any questions, comments, concerns, or queries will get with the district representative, Councilwoman Bell. Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Rao?
I just wanted to clarify, is that staff recommendation correct? And I mean,
I'm sorry?
Is that staff correct? Well, it's the first read. I don't know if that staff recommendation is correct on there, but it's the first read, so just sound it.
All right, please sound the next item.
Item 16, it's first read ordinance Z23-018, 6705 Camp Valley Road. The applicant is requesting to rezone from SH Senior Housing Zoning District to CUP Zoning District to develop 155 for-sale residential units, 86 single-family detached homes, and 69 single-family attached homes at 6705 Camp Valley Road. It's located in District 6. Staff recommendation was denial. Planning Commission recommendation was denial.
All right, I'll entertain a motion. I'm sorry, this is just a first read, so I trust anyone that has any questions, comments, concerns, or queries about this property will get with Mr. McClendon and the district representative, Councilwoman Williams-Brown. All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Brings us to item 17. These are all second read ordinances. Item 17 is second reading, request approval of an ordinance to amend Chapter 5, Business and Occupation Taxes of Title II, Taxation of the Code of Ordinances, City of South Fulton, Georgia, to modify provisions affecting mandatory reporting of coin-operated amusement machine violations to the Georgia Lottery Corporation for enforcement and simultaneously reporting of violations to the Community Development and Regulatory Affairs. This is sponsored by Councilmember Natasha Williams-Brown.
Sorry, I'm busy reading. Forgot the mail left. Well, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
I move to approve an ordinance to amend Chapter 5 of Title II of the Code of Ordinances, City of South Fulton, Georgia, as read by the clerk.
Second. Do I get a vote? Can you call for a vote? Let's just go down the line.
Okay, roll call vote. Councilmember Morale?
Yes.
Councilmember Gomes?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian?
Yes.
Councilmember Bell?
Yes.
Councilmember Williams-Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Pritchett?
Yes.
That item is approved 6-0.
I have a
I'm sorry, 7-0.
I have a parliamentary inquiry.
Sorry, I didn't ask for discussion. You said you had discussion?
I have a parliamentary inquiry
Okay.
for Attorney Hyman.
Recognize Pritchett. Go ahead.
Thank you. Attorney Hyman, while the Mayor Pro Tem is chair, can he be chair and also second motions at the same time? I'm just curious because I've never seen that before.
Let me get my computer and check.
So with those in the audience, the question was asked of our attorney. Since I'm now acting chair, can I take part in seconding for the vote or even voting?
It goes under 315 voting. It says, and since Mayor Pro Tem is acting as the mayor goes, the mayor shall be counted as one of the council members voting on the adoption of ordinance shall be by voice vote. And let me see. Yeah, it goes for voting purposes. For voting and quorum purposes, the mayor shall be counted as one of the council members. Yeah.
What, the pro tem?
Well, it says he's acting as the mayor. That's why I was going, because he has to see if it has the same powers as the mayor.
Yeah, so my question was, can the pro tem second the motion, acting as mayor? It's just a question.
Yeah, I understand your question. Should we move on and then you can give us the answer later?
Let me see.
Okay, I'm just asking, trying to get it over.
Attorney Hyman, I know you're reading, but may I have the floor, Mayor? Mayor Pro Tem?
You can have the floor.
How can you have the floor if I'm still waiting on the answer?
Because I asked.
I believe I have the floor, waiting for the answer.
Yeah. But I asked Mayor Pro Tem, could I have the floor, and he gave me permission.
But I still have the floor, waiting on an answer. I mean, I understand you, but I still have the floor.
Let him answer the question.
Attorney Hyman?
I'm not going to fight over this.
I'm not sure yet. That's why I'm still looking for the answer. I don't want to go long.
It's okay.
Your mic is off. Your mic is off.
According to my Baha'i parliamentarian, he shouldn't second the motion.
He should not.
Yeah, he should not.
So then we would.
So somebody else should second the motion.
So we would probably need to take this
Yes, you
vote
vote.
over to make it proper.
Yeah, vote. Just about to second.
All right, so Attorney Hyman, so that negates the decision we just made that we have to redo it?
Yeah, revote.
All right.
Remotion and then revote.
So, Mr. Clerk, can you sound that item all over again and let us go back to?
Yes, that's item 17, second reading, request approval of an ordinance to amend Chapter 5 of Title 2 of the Code of Ordinance, City of South Fulton, Georgia, to modify provisions affecting mandatory reporting of coin-operated amusement machine violations to the Georgia Lottery Corporation for enforcement and simultaneously reporting of violations to the Community Development and Regulatory Affairs Department, sponsored by Councilmember Williams Brown.
All right, entertain a motion.
I move to approve an ordinance to amend Chapter 5 of Title 2 of the Code of Ordinances, City of South Fulton, Georgia, to modify provisions affecting mandatory reporting of coin-operated amusement machine violations to the Georgia Lottery Corporation for enforcement and simultaneously reporting of violations to the Community Development and Regulatory Affairs.
I second her motion.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All right, hearing none. Can we do this time by just a vote of show of hands?
Record that motion, approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right. Mr. Clerk, please on the next item.
Brings us to item 18, second reading, request council approval of an ordinance to amend Title I Administration, Chapter 9, Purchasing, Contracting, and Disposition of Property of the Code of Ordinance, City of South Fulton, Georgia, to modify the purchasing thresholds for user departments and purchasing departments' purchasing authority.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I amend to approve an ordinance to amend Title I Administration, Chapter 9 of Purchasing as sounded by the clerk.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? I had one quick discussion item. We had talked about the raising the P card limit, because whenever we do things with, is this not that?
This is for P card. This was for purchasing. So this will allow us to get 3 quotes at $50,000 instead of putting it out for formal bid.
Okay. Is that coming though?
To change the P card policy or to?
Yes, just for the daily amount for when we're attending conferences and things like that.
If it's problematic, we can look at it again and make sure that the limits are set in accordance to the policy. And if we need to increase it, then we can bring it back for that at a later date.
Okay. All right. Sorry about that. All right. I'll entertain a vote by show of hands.
Yeah, discussion.
I'm sorry, the chair recognizes Councilman Willis.
The P card policy was already changed.
Yes. It's in the mid-year budget.
That's why I want to check to make sure that the limits
Yeah.
are set in accordance with the policy.
It's been, it's been implemented. I mean, I don't have a problem. If you,
I just want to check.
yeah.
All right, thank you.
All right. Did we get this vote recorded?
Yeah, we were, no, you didn't carry them.
Okay, I'll entertain those four by show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound to the next item.
Brings us to item 19, second read, request council approval of ordinance to amend Chapter 1, Local Business Preference of Title 10 and Chapter 9 of Title 1 of the Code of Ordinance, City of South Fulton, Georgia, to modify provisions providing bidding preferences to local vendors, to add, delete, and modify definitions related to same, sponsored by Councilmember Linda Pritchett.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move to approve the ordinance to amend Chapter 1 for local business preference of Title 10 procurement and Chapter 9 purchasing, contracting, and the disposition of property of Title 1 administration of the Code of Ordinances as sounded by the clerk.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All right, I'll entertain a vote of those in favor by a show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound to the next item.
Next item is item 20, second read and request council approval of an ordinance to amend Chapter 1, General of Title 8, Traffic and Vehicles, to add Section 8-1020, Notification of Repossession, sponsored by Councilmember Natasha Williams Brown. Also, the city attorney wanted me to just put on the record that the requested amendment from the last meeting was distributed in your board packages, and that if that amendment is approved, it would be added to the appropriate section. If the amendment is not approved, then the original version of the legislation would need to be voted on.
I'm in the queue for discussion.
The chair recognizes Councilman Willis.
So, colleagues, I did speak with Chief Meadows about the concern that this may be an administrative burden. And basically, this has no administrative burden. What I'm simply asking is for officers to be given discretion and discretion to give individuals or give tow companies a warning if they don't comply with the ordinance. And if it's a tow company that is habitual in violation and not reporting as our ordinance does allow, then it has a point of escalation where the tow companies can be cited. So I think this is a great ordinance. And we do have our officers get bogged down on deciphering whether or not something is repossessed or something is stolen. And I just wanted to make sure that our officers had discretion if they notated a tow company that was habitual and not reporting according to our ordinance, that they had discretion to give them a warning. And then if they find out that company is habitual in not reporting, then they have discretion in citing them.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Rowell.
I think the amendments that were made to this following our last meeting, it lines up with our current policy for people who don't register their alarms, so they get 2 warnings. So I don't want the discretion to be on a case by case. It should follow the amendments that were made to this law, which gives you, I think, the first 2, if I'm not mistaken. And after that, the fines come in.
Is that
First,
correct?
This is just the first one. The first one is no fine, and then the second is $100, and then it goes $50. Once you get to 6 or more, if you get there, then the fine can be anywhere from $500 to $1,000.
Okay. So again, you get one pass, but after that, you need to register. So I think that hopefully addresses the concern you raised, but also lets them know that they need to report, when they're repossessing, so we don't overinflate our crime or car break-in attempts or whatever, stolen cars. Thank you.
All right. The chair will entertain a motion to approve as amended or in its original form.
I move that we approve the item as sounded, as amended.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, I will take this vote by show of hands. Those in favor?
So 4 in favor?
All right, and those opposed?
So 2 opposed?
That's
4 to 2?
1 abstention?
No.
Okay.
That item is approved 4 to 3.
All right, thank you. All right, please sound the next item.
As amended. That brings us to item 21. Under procurement and contracts, the Public Works Department is requesting council approval of the amended solid waste contract with Waste Pro of Georgia, contract number RFP 22-020, for a total amount not to exceed $9,144,700. Residents will see no increase in the annual tax bill from June 1, 2024 to May 31st, 2025. The amended contract services cover residential collections, bulk collections, city facility, commercial service, special recycling events, and the purchase of all existing primary residential trash can carts.
I move to approve, go ahead.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move to approve item 21 as sounded, as well as item number 22. The Department of Public Works is requesting council to award Atlanta Paving and Concrete Construction Incorporated, the lowest responsible bidder, the 11 locations within Fulton Industrial Area, full depth reclamation project in the amount not to exceed $2,956,048.40, with 10% contingency in the amount of $295,604.84, for a total purchase order of $3,251,653.24. The proposed project consists of 11 roads within the Fulton Industrial Boulevard, approximately 2.69 full depth reclamation.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, I'll take this vote by a show of hands for those in favor.
Record that motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
That brings us to item 23. Parks and Recreation Department requests council approval of a task order for Lichty Commercial Construction, standby general contracting services for the construction of the Cliftondale Park soft surface walking trail in an amount not to exceed $271,531.95. Soft surface walking track at Cliftondale Park will measure 0.5 miles in length. Construction is scheduled to take 4 months to complete. The purpose of the track is to provide a safe and accessible space for residents to engage in walking, jogging, and other forms of exercise. The project contributes to the overall Parks Master Plan and represents Phase 1 of the planned track development at Cliftondale Park.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve item number 23. The Parks and Recreation Department requests council's approval of a task order for Lichty Commercial Construction, which is a standby general contracting service in the amount for the soft walking trail not to exceed $271,531.95. I'd also like to approve Item number 24, the General Service Department requests council's approval of ranking contract and renewals for request for proposal RFP 24-11 standby contract for civil engineering to Brindley, Peters, and Associates, rank number 1, and CTS Engineering, Inc., rank number 2, and the option to renew for 3 consecutive one-year terms upon written notice by the city under the same terms and condition. The contract is effective upon execution, expires May 20, 2025. And also item number 25, the Rescue Department requests council's approval to purchase one E1-HP 75 aerial apparatus from Fire Line Inc. for a total not exceeding $1.3 million. This apparatus will be housed in Fire Station 6 in District 4's territory. However, it can be used for all districts. And lastly, item number 26, the Information Technology Department requests council's approval for a contract for network services with AT&T, contract number MA 352965UA for a total not to exceed $550,000 over 3 years, and the option to renew for 2 years.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, I will entertain a vote in favor by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved unanimously to approve items 23, 24, 25, and 26.
All right, please sound the next item.
Brings us to item 27. The Purchasing Department is requesting council approval to piggyback Fulton County Contract 23 ITB 139979B-RT Automobile Repair Services from Moon Service Center, City of South Fulton Contract number 24-24P, and approved contract renewals to provide replacement parts, maintenance service, repairs, and labor for police department vehicles on a contractual as if and or when needed basis for an estimated amount of $500,000. The contract was effective January 1, 2024 through December 31st, 2024, with the option to renew for 2 additional one-year periods, depending on departmental budgeting and satisfactory contractor performance.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move to approve the Moon Service Center contract for up to $500,000 annually as sounded, as well as the Ena Road sidewalks with the City of Atlanta Department of Watershed, IGA, to address water facilities as outlined for amount $1,511,426.59, and to approve the IGA for the Old Fairburn Road at Union and Stonewall Tail Road roundabouts with the City of Atlanta Department of Watershed to address the water facilities at that intersection, an amount that we would contribute, that Department of Watershed would contribute $44,675.29.
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, I will entertain a vote for those in favor by a show of hands.
Court, that motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
Brings us to item 30. Public Works Department is requesting council approval to enter into an intergovernmental agreement for the Gillette Road Full Depth Reclamation Project with the City of Fairburn. The project entails full depth reclamation, asphalt paving, and striping on Gillette Road from I-85 Bridge to McLaren Road. The City of South Fulton's total estimated cost for construction not to exceed is $337,306.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the item as sounded, as well as item 31. The Public Works Department is requesting council to approve the CA for New Hope Road Sidewalk Project with the Georgia Department of Transportation. The 1.75-mile project provides pedestrian facilities as long as New Hope Road between Campbellton and Danforth Road Danforth Road proposed improvements include new curb, gutter, drainage, 5-foot wide sidewalks offset from the back row curb, 2 feet stamped concrete strip. The project will tie to roundabout Campbellton Road, New Hope Road, and Boardwalk Road. The estimated amount for the GDOT construction oversight is $15,000, as well as the department is requesting council to approve to apply for a fiscal 24 supplemental local road assistance administration funds, formerly known as the Local Maintenance Improvement Grant from the Georgia Department of Transportation in the amount of $1,701.85.92. The grant fund will offset the cost to be incurred by the city of South Fulton for the full depth reclamation of 11 roads within Fulton Industrial Area and Stacks Road.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, I will entertain a vote in the affirmative by a show of hands.
Court, that motion approved unanimously, 7-0, items 30, 31, and 32.
All right, please sound to the next item.
Next 3 items are all first read ordinances. First is item 33, it's first read, request approval of ordinance to amend the FY24 budget, mid-year budget.
All right, this is just a first read. Do we have any questions, comments, concerns? All right, I'm sure that everyone can get with Councilman Willis if they think of anything in the intervening days. Please sound the next item.
Next item is item 34, first read, an ordinance to amend Chapter 5 of Title II of the Code of Ordinance, City of South Fulton, Georgia, to modify provisions affecting recycling businesses and ensuring record-keeping of recycled metals and prohibiting the receipt of metal items altered from their original state, sponsored by Councilmember Helen Willis.
Yes, Mayor, I'm in a queue for discussion.
Yes, go ahead. And I apologize. I thought that this is where we were. You can get with the city manager about the mid-year budget. Councilwoman Willis.
This is a request. I just want to say this is a request that came from the police department. It came out of my. What is it when we go and sit with the police? Command staff meeting. This is a request, ComStat meeting. This is a request they asked that we modify to our ordinance to help them enforce the code better. Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion? All right, well, this is just the first read. We'll be voting on this in July. Please sound the next item.
Next item on the agenda is item 35. It's the first read, an amended ordinance to amend Section 11-4002, Prohibited and Restricted Acts in Public Parks, Chapter 4, Public Conduct in Parks of Title 11, Parks and Recreation of the City of South Fulton Code of Ordinances related to the possession, sale, and/or consumption of alcoholic beverages in public parks, to amend paragraph 8 of Section 16-7014, brown bag when BYOB is allowed, Chapter 7, requirements for consumption on premises licenses of Title 16, alcoholic beverages. This is sponsored by Council Members Willis, Gumbs, and Bell.
Mayor, I have discussion.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
I want to thank you to my colleagues who reached out concerning this ordinance, and I've heard your concerns. And I just want to make sure that they are addressed. Mr. Attorney Hyman, let me explain the full intent of doing this ordinance so we can make sure it's doing what we really want it to do and we don't have unintended consequences. It is not our intentions for, and my colleagues that's co-sponsoring this can speak up, it is not my intention, for me, it's not my intention to have open season in our park and recreation facilities for people to just BYOB and bring in alcohol. Our full intent, because we understand that will also create liability because we can't control, people and their actions. So to just give them free rein to do that, we wouldn't put that type of liability on the city. What we want to do is be able to have special events and have the discretion to serve or hire alcohol vendors to serve our special events. For example, I had a mixer last year, and I wanted to serve the wine at my mixer in the tennis center, but because of the restrictions, I wasn't able to do that. Councilmember Bell had a lovely event last Friday where she hired a vendor to serve her VIP guests wine, and basically she was told she could not do that. I know Councilmember Gum, she has sometimes special events where she would like to serve wine. So we want to be able to do that, but we don't want to have open season of people just being able to drink freely in our parks, especially around youth events.
Councilman Wilson, in response to your question, if you look at 1 through 5, that captured the criteria, the information that you wanted during the work session. The only thing that's left blank, and I'm waiting either from you or police, is the distance away from sporting events. So since it's the first read, you give me your input on what you think is a good distance. Also during the work session, there was a reference about there being some confusion whether or not you could bring glass containers, whether or not it'd be South Fulton. So that's why there is a reference to BYOB, so that under that section, it specifically says that you can't have glass containers, but it's not given a free fall. In talking to Lieutenant Esprit, it will go through the special alcohol permit process, so there's not a free fall in order to get your license. But between now and the second read, if you'll look at 1 through 5, if I need to make any tweaks, I can do that. But that's me capturing what I thought you heard during our work session.
Okay, thank you.
Mm.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Attorney Hyman, I do apologize. I'm trying to refresh. I know we had a long set of discussion in this during the work session. Do we establish a process for there is a process for special events, right? Like the folks for, I know the folks for the Slingshot last year wanted to have a wine truck, and they couldn't do it. This is an adult kind of deal. So will they be able to do that this year?
Is this going to be in a park?
It's at Wilkes Park.
Yeah, then they would go through this process with police to get the appropriate permit.
All right, just wanted to make sure that was there. Thank you.
Now, here's the caveat. Since it's the first read, I don't think it'll be approved in time for them if it's between now and July.
No, their stuff is June, so they'll have it to 25.
It won't happen this year, he said.
Okay, for next year, okay. Okay.
Get your nonprofit.
Yes, I just want to confirm with our city manager. I know that you all, when we get this legislation, is now part of our process to make sure that we can operationalize this. So one, I just want to check to see if you had any concerns in the operationalization of this. And secondly, when would this process be ready to be deployed? When do you feel we'd be ready to deploy this?
So we will operationalize this through the police department like we do other events or permit other alcohol licensing. And so I will work with the chief and Lieutenant Esprit to make sure that there's a process that everybody understands. What I've asked for is after legislation is approved, we have 90 days to operationalize it. That way we can have our SOPs in place and educate everybody who is going to want to take advantage of the new legislation.
Thank you. That's really what I wanted to hear. I know that the case in the past has been that depending on what office you call, you may get a different answer about who to talk to for a special event, like what is required. And so making sure that all of our staff is educated and speaking from the same sheet of music, will be singing from the same sheet of music. That will be wonderful. Thank you. All right, any further questions? All right, seeing and hearing none, Mr. Clerk, please sound the last item.
The last item I have is an add-on item, approval of a special event for District 5, July 13th, locker room at Burdette Gym.
I'll entertain a motion.
I motion to approve.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. I'll take a vote of those in favor by show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously.
All right, thank you. Please sound the next item.
Next item is executive session if necessary.
All right, I will entertain a motion to go into executive session or
I move to adjourn.
Second.
it's been properly moved, seconded, thirded, and fourth. Any discussion? Thank you all for staying up with us here at the City of South Fulton. I will entertain a motion in favor by a show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously. We are adjourned at 10:07 p.m.
Thank you, South Fulton forever.